Chapter 1382. No one paid attention to Imo. Just as Xiao Wufeng shouted, the figure behind Dong Wushang suddenly faded and disappeared. Shadow Phantom Track. The Black Devil's unparalleled stealth and assassination skill. Dong Wushang let out a wild roar and unsheathed his black saber. The huge saber blade was brimming with majesty and power. His majestic body stood there like a lofty mountain range and couldn't be shaken. Imo Qingwu stood quietly at one side. She held the dreaming of a gentle dance saber in her hand, but it had yet to be unsheathed. Her expression was calm with tiredness. The crowd surged forward. This time, the Shao clan came purely for Dong Wushang and the others. A total of second-grade peak-level experts, 4 third-grade supreme martial artists, 2 fourth-grade supreme martial artists, 1 fifth-grade supreme martial artist, led by a second-grade supreme martial artist. A total of 14 people. 14 supreme martial artist experts in the world. With such strength, facing Dong Wushang and 2 second-grade peak-level supreme martial artists, no matter who it was, they would definitely think that they would win. And in fact, it was indeed so. Rue Badong shouted and took the lead to attack. His body fluttered and turned into a stream of light, speeding out. The short sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. His speed had obviously increased again. In an instant, he flashed in front of 5 second-grade supreme martial artists and 3 third-grade supreme martial artists. The short sword in his hand stabbed at each of them. He challenged 8 supreme martial artists at the same time like crazy. The 8 supreme martial artists paused at the same time. It was not that they were afraid of Rue Badong, but they were afraid of the sword in his hand. Wasn't a divine weapon terrifying? Everyone knew that Xiao Changhe, who was accidentally killed by Rue Badong, had a sword that was not inferior to their own. It was also a sword that was as precious as one's life. But under the opponent's short sword, it was not even as strong as a piece of tofu. Now that they saw Rue Badong slashing at them, who would be fooled? However, just as they retreated, Rue Badong let out a long laugh in the next moment. Suddenly, with an inhuman speed, he transformed into thousands of clones and attacked the 8 people at the same time. This time, the 8 supreme martial artists were so angry that their noses were crooked. He was only a second-grade peak-level supreme martial artist, but he was facing 5 second-grade peak-level supreme martial artists and 3 third-grade supreme martial artists at the same time. He was even, fighting 1 against 8 without any scruples. He was simply too arrogant. Even if your sword is the Calamity Sword, you can't be so arrogant. The 8 of them were enraged and attacked at the same time. On the sidelines, Xiao Wufeng and another 5th-grade supreme martial artist were on standby. The 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists stepped halfway into the arena, ready to deal with any attack from Imo, who had suddenly disappeared. Imo suddenly disappeared. Everyone was aware of it. However, he did not take it to heart either. She was just a 1st-grade supreme martial artist. The one who was under the most pressure was the 3rd-grade supreme martial artist who was left alone, because Dong Wushang had already found him. Imo's sudden disappearance caused Rue Badong to suddenly go crazy. It was to restrain the majority of the forces. And from the very beginning, the 2 of them already had a plan. Since Xiao Wufeng, the 2nd-grade supreme martial artist, didn't make a move at the first moment, and the 5th-grade supreme martial artist's position, he and Xiao Wufeng looked at each other, which proved that these 2 old guys respected their status and disdained to bully the weak. He only planned to observe the situation and did not plan to personally make a move. As it turned out, the 2 of them were right. Even if there was only 1 third-grade supreme martial artist left, Xiao Wufeng was not worried at all. No matter how fierce this 2nd-grade supreme martial artist Dong Wushang was, he couldn't be more powerful than a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, right? But Xiao Wufeng did not know that he had made a fatal mistake. This 2nd-grade supreme martial artist Dong Wushang was not an ordinary supreme martial artist, but Saber Master, the Saber Master who had rarely appeared in the history of the heavens. In the face of a strong enemy, in the face of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist who was completely above him, Dong Wushang's demeanor was as calm as Mount Tai, as if his side was sure to win. Dong Wushang strode out, looking down at this 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, and said lightly, "Supreme martial artist of the Shao clan, Do you dare to take a blow from me? This third-grade supreme martial artist's eyes showed disdain and amusement. His sword flashed, and he looked down on him, not saying anything, meaning, "Come if you have the guts." Dong Wushang swung his arm. Boom! The scabbard of the black saber came out of the saber and shot out like a thunderbolt. And his body. Suddenly, it straightened abruptly. At this moment, it was as majestic as an indomitable spirit, and he shouted, "Slash!" The big saber slashed out with a whoosh. Halfway out, he suddenly became one with the saber, and his whole person turned into a long rainbow, crossing a distance of 50 feet. Holding the saber with one hand, he slashed down like a thunderbolt. The power of this saber tore the whole space apart, and there was an involuntary feeling of tragedy. With a clang, that third-grade supreme martial artist pushed away the scabbard of Dong Wushang's black saber with his sword. He only felt a shock in his wrist and a heat in his palm. While he was still in shock, Dong Wushang's saber had already come over with the force of a thunderbolt. This saber was made with all his strength, with all his essence, energy, and spirit. This third-grade supreme martial artist could clearly feel the opponent's overwhelming willpower. If he dodged, the opponent's attack would definitely be like raging waves, and he would be at an absolute disadvantage in the first instant. And then the battle would last for a very long time. As a third-grade supreme martial artist, if he was forced by this guy who was lower than him, where would he put his face? Besides, Dong Wushang's saber had completely locked on him, and his aura, spirit, and mind were all locked on him. Even if he dodged, he would have to pay the price. This third-grade supreme martial artist roared, and his long sword was tilted, and he neutralized and blocked at the same time. 50% of the force was diverted, and 50% of the force was repelled. Xiao Changyun was careless. Xiao Wufeng sighed slightly. This saber should have been blocked with all his strength. However, he was not worried. Xiao Zhangyun was a whole cultivation level higher than Dong Wushang. Even if he was careless, nothing would happen. The difference in strength allowed Xiao Zhangyun to have enough power to turn any situation around for Xieshui. Maybe the weak could win against the strong, but it would never happen in a fair head-on battle. But he didn't know that Dong Wushang was a saber master who could challenge someone 2 levels above him. And he didn't know that this saber master's hand saber was not only a peerless weapon, but also a full 570 kilograms. Dong Wushang's majestic body suddenly fell, and the more than 250 kilograms black saber smashed hard on Xiao Changyun's long sword. He didn't hold back at all. Pa! Xiao Changyun's eyes were filled with horror. The long sword made a brittle sound, and suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Then the 2 pieces shattered in the air at the same time, turning into debris all over the sky. And Dong Wushang let out a long roar, and the heavy black saber smashed the other party's long sword. It went straight in, piercing through the chest of this third-grade supreme martial artist who was dodging in a panic. His sternum was shattered, and he went straight into his chest cavity. The fierce saber energy stirred the internal organs of this third-grade supreme martial artist into a pulp, and blood splattered. Dong Wushang didn't even look at it, and leaped straight away. It was like an unstoppable hurricane. He rushed out fiercely. The body of this third-grade supreme martial artist was neatly split into 2 halves, and Dong Wushang rushed out from the 2 halves of the body into Rue Budong's battle circle in one go. Perhaps this third-grade supreme martial artist, Xiao Changhe, wouldn't understand until he died. From the moment Dong Wushang attacked, his target was Rue Budong's battlefield. As for himself, Dong Wushang didn't think that he had the ability to stop him at all. He was just a passerby, completely ignored. One saber strike, rushing into the place where the enemies were the most concentrated. This kind of dominance, especially when it was a second-grade supreme martial artist facing a third-grade supreme martial artist, was simply rare since ancient times. Even if Xiao Changyun was at his peak state, fighting steadily and steadily, when faced with a second-grade supreme saber and a fierce and domineering martial maniac like Dong Wushang, he could take him down in 7 or 8 moves. And when he was careless, what was even more fatal was that he actually met Dong Wushang head-on, which was several times stronger. Although he died a little too quickly, it wasn't an injustice at all. Dong Wushang let out an earth-shattering roar, falling from the sky like a mountain. Like a meteor with a bloody glow, he rushed into the battle circle violently. At this moment, Rue Batong was already in imminent danger. 8 supreme martial artists were pinned down by him alone. The pressure at this moment was simply unbearable. Although the other party had dodged his short sword, although the dagger had dodged, there were 8 long swords stabbing at different places at every moment. It was just that in the time it took Dong Wushang to clash with the enemy, Rue Batong had already been hit 3 to 5 times consecutively, and his body was also hit by 3 to 4 palms. At the moment when Dong Wushang arrived, Rue Batong suddenly went crazy, as if he had found an opportunity. Counterattack with full force. But 10 palms with all his might collided head-on with the opponent at the same time. With Rue Batong's current cultivation, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. There was a rumble. With a snap, Rue Batong's short sword was broken. Dozens of palm energies pressed together, and the sound of cracking rang out. His bones were completely crushed, and he became a pile of meat paste. He didn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground. But his last desperate counterattack caused this supreme martial artist's figure to stagnate for a moment. It was this moment of stagnation that determined life and death. Rue Batong used his own life to create a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Dong Wushang to kill the enemy. Dong Wushang descended from the sky. His dark saber suddenly shook violently, and a dazzling saber light shot out brilliantly. With the inviolable aura of a king, it rushed into the battle circle like a hot knife through butter. The saber of Saber Master, at this moment, showed its true power. Clang! One of the Shao clan's supreme martial artists who used sabers suddenly shook violently with his saber hand, and let out a cheering sound of submission. Saber Master! Damn it! Before the supreme martial artists could immerse themselves in the joy of killing the enemy, they were suddenly shocked by the enemy. They wanted to dodge at the same time, but Dong Wushang had already rushed in with death. With a boom, the body of a second-grade supreme martial artist was smashed into pieces. Another was slashed horizontally by the dark saber, and his body was split into 2 halves. Before the halves could be separated, Dong Wushang's dark saber had already sliced another third-grade supreme martial artist from the top of his head to his crotch. With a clang, a second-grade supreme martial artist and a third-grade supreme martial artist spat out blood and staggered back from Dong Wushang's saber. A ghostly figure flashed. Mo Layer, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared silently. Chapter 1383. Mo Layer's assassination skills were already at the pinnacle. After arriving at the upper 3 heavens and accompanying Dong Wushang, as her cultivation improved, the pressure on her also increased. With such a talented husband, Mo Layer was proud on the one hand, but on the other hand, she was also under a lot of pressure. She was always worried that her cultivation speed couldn't keep up with Dong Wushang's. When the husband and wife roamed the Jianghu, if either party's cultivation was weak, they would always feel that they were a burden. This feeling was especially strong when they encountered a strong enemy, because if one party was weak, it would inevitably cause the other party to lose focus on one thing and lose focus on the other. As the successor of the Black Devil, Mo Layer naturally understood how dangerous it was for the husband and wife to be weak. So during this period of time, not only Dong Wushang was working hard, but Mo Layer was also working hard. As one of the 12 influential figures in the upper 3 heavens in her previous life, even if Mo Layer's aptitude was not as good as Dong Wushang's, she was definitely 1 in a million. During this period of tempering, her assassination techniques were close to mastery. Now, at the moment when Dong Wushang's saber was successful, Mo Layer's ghostly figure appeared behind a third-grade supreme martial artist. With a horizontal slash of her sword, she beheaded this supreme martial artist who had just dodged Dong Wushang's saber and lost his balance and stumbled backward. Then her figure flashed away lightly, without even a drop of blood on her body. On the other hand, countless blue lights flickered, and hundreds of highly poisonous hidden weapons shot out like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, that second-grade supreme martial artist, who had just retreated, suddenly covered his face and screamed. Traces of black blood spurted out from his eyes like water. It was a move of both eyes. He became blind in an instant. This person screamed madly, madly displaying all of his cultivation. But what he faced was nothing but air. I'm blind. I can't see. I can't see. Xiao Wufeng took a deep, deep breath. Dong Wushang killed Xiao Chongyun with the first strike, and Xiao Wufeng had no time to react. Even if he reacted, he wouldn't make a move. After all, it was a fair one-on-one battle, and Xiao Chongyun's cultivation was much higher than Dong Wushang's. Under such circumstances, he was killed by Dong Wushang with one strike. He could only be said to be useless. Xiao Wufeng had no intention of rescuing him, and the next moment, when Dong Wushang's saber shot out crisscrossing saber energy, Xiao Wufeng was really shocked. Saber Prime. At that moment, even though he didn't say those words out loud, he opened his mouth wide and silently roared out those words. Immediately after, they took off like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. Before they could react, the 8 supreme martial artists were already dead. Someone died an unnatural death, another was blinded, and the only remaining 3rd-grade supreme martial artist was violently blasted 70 feet away by Dong Wushang's saber. Seeing everything that happened before his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was a formidable lineup of 14 people. In an instant, there was no one left. There were only 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists, 1 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, 1 5th-grade supreme martial artist, and 1 2nd-grade supreme martial artist left. And the other party had only paid the price of Rue Butong alone. A cloud of smoke exploded, and Imo Lei-er's figure disappeared again in this cloud of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Wufeng looked at the field with deep eyes and stopped another 5th-grade supreme martial artist who was about to make a move. Wait. That 5th-grade supreme martial artist frowned and looked over. 4th brother. What's wrong? Xiao Wufeng snorted and said, Wadding, we don't know about the other party's strength except for 1 saber prime, but the rest are clear. Even so, should we have such a big loss? No. Xiao Wadding took a deep breath, but it really happened. All the credit goes to that person, Rue Butong. Xiao Wufeng looked at Rue Butong, who was paralyzed on the ground like a lump of mud. But if it were any one of us, when the battle started, could we have prepared for this? Such a scheme, such a plan, such facing death with equanimity? Xiao Wadding's eyes showed respect. No, but he could, and he did it without any hesitation. He didn't care about his life and used his life as a tool to exchange for victory. Xiao Wufeng's eyes showed emotion. So, they could achieve this unimaginable result, and they saved the strongest person in the team. What a hero! Xiao Wadding was silent. Indeed, at the beginning of the battle, no matter what aspect of performance, Rue Butong didn't look like the kind of person who had nothing to live for. This person had an extraordinary love for life, laughing and cursing at the strong enemy, facing death calmly. What kind of detachment was this? Xiao Wadding admitted that although he was a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, he absolutely couldn't do this. Even if he was already in a desperate situation, he still had to struggle for himself. How could he take the initiative to sacrifice himself before he reached a desperate situation? I'm not as good as him, Xiao Wadding said silently. This person deserves our respect. When the battle is over, I'd rather bury Rue Butong properly even if our own people's corpses are exposed in the wilderness. Xiao Wufeng's voice was full of emotion. Our people died of carelessness, but he died of righteousness. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. The death of my own people makes me ashamed, but the death of the enemy can make me respect them. Xiao Wufeng's words were very heavy, but Xiao Wadding didn't have any words to refute. This was indeed the case. What was there to say? The difference in strength was clear at a glance, but whether the team was united or not was even more clear at a glance. What a terrifying opponent. Right at this moment, what's going on? A shrill scream came, and the 2nd-grade supreme martial artist suddenly began to crazily dig out his eyeballs, screaming, Kill me. It's itchy. It's so itchy. The poison on Imo Lei-er's hidden weapon had already taken effect. Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Wadding looked over, and their faces both changed. They saw that the outside of this person's eyes had already rotted to the bone. Mo Lei-er's poison was so fierce that it had already reached this point. Xiao Wufeng sighed deeply, stepped out, and a sword light flashed. The second-grade supreme martial artist of the Xiao clan cried out, and then stood still in a daze, a wisp of blood spurting out from his chest. The blood fell to the ground, and it had already turned blue. Go. Xiao Wufeng sighed and struck out a palm. The body of the second-grade supreme martial artist of the Xiao clan suddenly sank into the ground, and the ground seemed to be a bottomless swamp, swallowing his body in an instant. He was buried underground. This kind of poison couldn't be treated, and this kind of corpse. It couldn't be brought back to the clan, so as to avoid unpredictable disasters. Then he raised his head and faced Dong Wushang, and his face became serious and heavy. Amazing! Second Master Dong, this old man really admires you. Dong Wushang's wound overflowed with blood from the recoil, and he coughed. He simply spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot out like an arrow, and actually shot a small deep hole in the ground. He said, "So what if you admire me? So what if you don't?" Xiao Wufeng said heavily, "I don't have such a brother. I envy you, but unfortunately, this brother of yours is already dead." Dong Wushang's eyes drooped. Looking at Rui Baodong not far away, he said, "I'm proud of my brother. Life and death, I have both." Xiao Wufeng shouted, "Good. What a good have both life and death." At this moment, a stunning red light suddenly flashed, followed by a scream. Xiao Wufeng and Dong Wushang turned to look, and for a moment, both of them were stunned at the same time. There was nothing more strange than what was happening in front of them. The 4 eyeballs of the 2 of them almost fell to the ground. Shadow. A soft exclamation. A burst of mist. Obviously, Mo Lei-er, who had hidden herself, couldn't help but be shocked. But now, no one cared about Mo Lei-er anymore. Everyone looked at the place where the red light was shining, dumbfounded. Over there, Mo Qingwu was dressed in red like fire, with a saber in her hand, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a dream. In front of her, a 4th-grade supreme martial artist was beheaded, lying in a pool of blood. Another 4th-grade supreme martial artist stared with his eyes wide open, his hands trembling like chicken feet, looking at Mo Qingwu as if he had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. It turned out that when the battle was intense just now, the 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists had already bypassed the battle circle and came to Mo Qingwu's side. Mo Qingwu was standing calmly with a sheathed saber. That supreme martial artist smiled and said, "Miss Mo, you are a 2nd-grade martial saint. To have such achievements at such a young age, you are already unique in this world. I admire Elder Ning's ability to train his younger brother. But, in front of me, Miss Mo, do you still want to work harder?" Mo Qingwu said lightly, "You and I are enemies. When enemies meet, even a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist has to fight hard, let alone you, a mere 4th-grade supreme martial artist." That supreme martial artist laughed and said, "Miss Mo is really arrogant. Look, not only did Miss Mo receive the true teachings of supreme martial artist Ning's cultivation, you also received the true teachings of supreme martial artist Ning's arrogance." Mo Qingwu retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you what true teachings I have received? Or do you think that you can be on par with my master? You are already qualified to criticize my master's disciple?" That 4th-grade supreme martial artist was speechless, his face as red as a tomato. Yes, Ning Tianya's disciple, no matter what, even if she was born a good-for-nothing, was not something that he, a mere 4th-grade supreme martial artist, could criticize. Just as Mo Qingwu said, "Who do you think you are?" But this supreme martial artist really didn't expect Mo Qingwu, this little girl, to be so sharp-tongued and merciless. In his anger out of humiliation, he said furiously, "Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. When we go back this time, see how I will deal with you." He opened his big hand and made a grab for her. In his opinion, with this grab, even if Mo Qingwu was a 1st-grade supreme martial artist, not to mention that she only had the cultivation of a 2nd-grade martial saint, he was already 2,000 to 3,000 years old. If he still couldn't take down a 13 to 14-year-old little girl, the heavens wouldn't allow it. But just as he reached out to grab, He saw this little girl reach out and grab the hilt of that toy-like saber. I will continue to work hard, looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Gee, recommend a book. I should recommend Ultimate Holy Spirit. If anyone is interested, you can take a look and add it to your collection. Gee. Chapter 1384. Seeing Emo Qingwu's saber, even though he only saw the scabbard, this supreme martial artist was still a little scared. This was obviously a handicraft saber. How could a saber be so delicate and exquisite? Even if it was an ornamental saber, it didn't need to be so small. It was obviously a gorgeous saber made by Ning Tianya to please his disciple. As for what kind of earth-shattering power this saber could unleash in the hands of a 13 or 14-year-old little girl, that would really be ha 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 ha. Not to mention that this little girl was only of saint level, therefore, he simply grabbed it without any hesitation. If Emo Qingwu attacked with the saber, he didn't need to dodge at all. He could just grab it directly. If he could grab the saber that this little girl treasured so much at the critical moment of life and death, he could also take revenge on these little girls for looking down on him just now. Emo Qingwu's body flew backward gracefully. This supreme martial artist chased after her unhurriedly. He grabbed her with one hand and said with a smile, "Miss Emo, don't struggle anymore. You know, it's useless." At this moment, Emo Qingwu's wrist moved. Her right hand pulled outwards, and her left hand grabbed the scabbard and pulled it horizontally. Her actions were done in one go. In the middle of the dark forest in the middle of the night, a red light suddenly shot up to the sky. The red light flashed. Emo Qingwu mercilessly and cleanly slashed with the saber. With one slash, she chopped off the hand that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in front of her. Even when dreaming of a gentle dance, saber didn't feel the least bit of resistance. The right hand of the fourth-grade supreme martial artist left home. Emo Qingwu's momentum wasn't over yet. Her saber, surrounded by red light, rushed over. Before the sinister grin on this supreme martial artist's face could turn into terror and pain, his head was chopped off like tofu. The head spun and flew up to the sky. In midair, on that lifeless face, it was actually still a hideous smile full of satisfaction. Emo Qingwu swung her saber. Even she herself didn't expect such a result. A saber that connected the hand and the head. It was actually cut off so easily as if it was nothing. The result was already out, but Emo Qingwu was still stunned for a moment. Not only Emo Qingwu, everyone was stunned. This was simply too inconceivable. Everyone was dumbstruck. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This included Dong Wushang, all the surviving experts of the Shao clan, and Emo Lei. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? They naturally didn't know that Chu Yang had almost fallen out with the sword spirit in order to forge this saber. The sword spirit, who had always strived for perfection, had almost gone on strike. When Chu Yang first forged this saber, it was already a peerless treasured saber. On the third day, seeing Emo Qingwu, the second time it was processed, it was already a treasured saber that had begun to have spirituality. They arrived at the upper three heavens. During the third processing, the materials used made even the sword spirit's entire body tremble in pain. It could be said that in the entire heavenly layer, other than the Calamity Sword, Emo Qingwu's saber was definitely the best. One of a kind. It was a blade of ancient times. This saber even contained all the love of the Calamity Sword Master. The first time this saber was drawn out of its sheath and stained with blood, it killed a fourth-grade supreme martial artist. And this fourth-grade supreme martial artist of the Shao clan had also completely created history, a precedent. A record was created. A miracle of a fourth-grade supreme martial artist being killed by a second-grade martial saint in a second. A record of a 2,000-year-old supreme martial artist being killed by a 14-year-old girl with a single slash. The people of the heavenly layer had a new topic to talk about from then on. There was also a new teaching material for the education of underestimating the enemy. Everything started today. Because, as a fourth-grade supreme martial artist, he definitely shouldn't die so mercifully. Emo Qingwu's first killing in this life actually happened in such a situation that even she herself couldn't react to. Qing Wu Dream Saber in Emo Qing Wu's hands was flowing with colorful lights, shining in the dark night. Rings of colorful lights surrounded the saber, dreamy and illusory, like mist and poetry. It was like a distant and magnificent dream that bloomed in the hands of this angelic little girl. Emo Qing Wu held the saber and suddenly felt a warmth coming from the saber. This warmth spread all the way to the bottom of her heart. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and there seemed to be a hint of shyness and satisfaction. This saber was given to me by him. Now I finally know how much effort he put in for this saber, how much effort he put in, and all of this was for me. As the disciple of a supreme martial artist, Emo Qingwu naturally knew the power of her saber. If it was any other weapon, even if it was Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword, Emo Tianji's Heavenly Secret Fan, Rue Budong's short sword that just killed a supreme martial artist like cutting vegetables, or Dong Wushang's mighty and domineering dark saber, none of them could do it. Perhaps these weapons could break through the defense of a fourth-grade supreme martial artist, but definitely not so easily. There were only two weapons in the heavenly layer that could do all of this, a saber and a sword. Calamity Sword and Qing Wu Dream Saber. This didn't mean that Chu Yang didn't put in effort in forging weapons for his brothers, but no weapon could be like Qing Wu Dream Saber, where he put in all his effort, even his mind. This was also the reason why Qing Wu Dream Saber could produce a divine weapon spirituality so quickly. Then, Emo Qing Wu felt her stomach churn, and she vomited. This was the first time in her life that she killed. Even though Emo Qing Wu was the younger brother of the #1 supreme martial artist in the heavenly layer, this instinctive reaction still couldn't be restrained. Good saber, Xiao Wufeng praised, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Today could be said to be extremely unlucky. 14 people came out together, and before half of the mission was completed, 10 had already died. There were only 4 people left, and their cultivations were in a row: 3, 4, 5. A 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, a 4th-grade supreme martial artist, a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. What's the name of this saber? Xiao Wufeng took a step forward and asked solemnly. Emo Qing Wu vomited twice. She quickly adjusted her mood. Now, her heart was calm, and she said lightly, the name of this saber, Qing Wu Dream Saber, Overflowing Mortal World. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wufeng, who bore the brunt, didn't react. But Emo Qing Wu, who said these words, was suddenly stunned. Qing Wu Dream Saber, Overflowing Mortal World. Emo Qing Wu suddenly remembered a sentence that Chu Yang said in her dream. That was after her dance. Qing Wu's dance is as bright as the starry sky, but also like a dream. Qing Wu's dance is enough to overflow the mortal world. Emo Qing Wu held the saber, and a trace of gentle satisfaction suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Qing Wu Dream Saber, Overflowing Mortal World. Xiao Wufeng murmured and repeated. He shouted, good saber. But such a saber in your hands is a waste of God's gift. Take her down as soon as possible. Xiao Wufeng shouted. The cruelest prelude to this night was undone. Too many people had died. He didn't want to delay any longer. However, right after he roared, a voice rang out. One person shouted, yes, sir. Then, there was a scream. Xiao Wufeng turned back to look, and he was so angry that the corners of his eyes almost split open. The remaining 3rd-grade supreme martial artist's eyes bulged, his throat gurgled, and he slowly fell to the ground. Behind him, a winking, smiling face appeared. This person actually reached out and waved, making a triumphant return. He laughed and said, I'm back. Did anyone miss me? Xiao Wufeng, Xiao Wading, and that 4th-grade supreme martial artist. The 3 of them were so angry that their noses were crooked. Rue Budong, who had already turned into a pile of mud, and whom the 3 of them were still praising for his loyalty, actually stood up leisurely. With a swoosh, another short sword was pulled out from the back of the 3rd-grade supreme martial artist's heart, and he kicked the corpse away. He staggered over and sighed. This is bad. I didn't expect that I, Rue Budong, would also be an assassin today. My good name that has spread all over the world, that upright and plain-spoken image, that beautiful reputation of unparalleled loyalty, is ruined just like that. It's really sad and lamentable. Xiao Wufeng roared, little. Were you pretending just now? Rue Batong looked at him strangely. Why are you very strange? You seem to be very excited. Why? So many people in your family died. Why are you so excited? Xiao Wufeng's chest rose and fell, and he only felt that his face was burning. What a shame. He actually praised the other party's trick for a long time. This was directly equivalent to being slapped hard in the face by the other party. In front of the whole world, Xiao Wufeng couldn't bear it anymore. With a roar, he suddenly raised his hand. The moment he raised his hand, a golden divine light suddenly emerged from his hand, completely illuminating the whole dark forest. At this moment, whether it was Dong Wushang, Rue Batong, or Imo Lei in the land of shadows, they were all illuminated and had nowhere to hide. Then, a huge, golden palm was formed in the air, with a radius of hundreds of feet. It slapped down hard. The moment it slapped down again, Imo Lei and Rue Batong felt an unstoppable force at the same time, and they flew up involuntarily and leaned against Dong Wushang. The big golden palm slapped down mercilessly. Xiao Wufeng's anger had reached the extreme. This palm was bound to kill the three of them in one fell swoop. No matter what tricks or conspiracies you have, I will destroy them with the strongest force in one fell swoop. Dong Wushang roared to the sky, and his dark saber attacked desperately. However, the dark saber was pressed back halfway. Imo Qingwu's red clothes flashed, and the Qingwu dream saber struck out like lightning, but it was stopped by Xiao Wading. Seeing that huge hand falling down like a landslide, the four of them were at a loss of what to do. Right at this moment, Rue Batong suddenly roared towards the sky. Then, he fiercely bit his own tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, Rue Batong roared, "Nirvana to the Big Dipper, purple cloud to roam freely, fiery light burning heaven tower, 110." With a red sound, a purple flame burst out from his body. In an instant, the flame enveloped Dong Wushang and Imo Lei in the flame. A wisp of fire flew out, and Xiao Wading slashed with his sword, but the long sword suddenly melted in an instant. Imo Qingwu retreated in shock, but her waist was wrapped around by this purple flame. Then, she was lifted off the ground. She was unexpectedly dragged into a sea of purple flames by this flame. The purple flame rose into the sky, and in an instant, it spread out. In the sky, a red light rose. Chapter 1385. The weird purple flame turned the whole forest into a sea of fire almost in the blink of an eye. And this purple flame seemed to have wisdom and consciousness, and actually knew how to distinguish between friend and foe. When the Shao Clan Supreme martial artist weapon came into contact with the purple flame, it turned into molten iron in an instant, but Imo Qingwu and the others were completely surrounded by the flame and were unharmed. The fourth-grade Supreme martial artist couldn't dodge in time, and with a scream, he was turned into a wisp of smoke by the flame. Xiao Wufeng and Xiao Wading were shocked, and the two reacted almost at the same time. Run away. However, a strange voice came out from the purple flame. What's wrong? You forced me to this point, and now you want to turn around and leave? How can it be so easy? Before the voice died away, two rays of light suddenly blasted out from the purple flame. Xiao Wading leaped and had already gone out 500 feet, but the flame was like a maggot in the bone, chasing after him persistently. His leaping momentum was enough to directly rush out 300 feet, but when he rushed to 100 feet, he was caught up by the purple flame. Then the flame seemed to have several huge tentacles, and each tentacle seemed to have several suction cups that could devour the world, dragging his body fiercely. He screamed and struggled desperately, but the flame held him firmly, lifted him up in the air, and threw him up violently. The cold voice said, "Let's set off a firework first." Xiao Wading's body flew straight up into the sky for thousands of feet, with burning flames all over his body. It was really as gorgeous and colorful as fireworks. Especially at the end of the burning, there was an explosion, and shooting stars shot in all directions, adding an inexplicable magnificent color to the night sky. Some people saw it from afar, and they all exclaimed, "Who is this, starting to set off firecrackers before the new year? But this thing is really beautiful. Let's make one tomorrow. I just don't know the method. Xiao Wufeng almost didn't dare to look back, and used all his cultivation to escape. While running, he wished he could slap himself hard in the face. I'm so stupid. Really. I'm a fucking idiot. Why am I so slow to realize it? What a tragedy. People can be stupid, but they can't be stupid, especially at the critical moment, when their brains short-circuit. That would be consigned to eternal damnation. Now, this old man had made such a mistake. This old man should have run away as soon as he saw that little guy standing up after being beaten to a pulp. What did that mean? Motherfucker. Even if Ning Tianya and Bu Lu Qing were to join hands, they would still be dead after being beaten to a pulp. Since that guy didn't die, then he must be the legendary Phoenix. Thinking of the word Phoenix, Xiao Wufeng finally couldn't help but feel frustrated. He slapped himself hard on the face and scolded, "You stupid idiot." It was clear that he had his suspicions at that time. Yet, you're still standing there with that pig-wasted face of yours. You should have left earlier. Do you have to be in such a state where you can't control your own life and death? While cursing and running, he clearly felt the heat behind him getting closer and closer. Xiao Wufeng wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, he really scolded the traitor of the Chu clan to his heart's content. Xiao Wufeng swore to the heavens. As long as he could leave here alive today, then, the first thing he had to do was to immediately go to the Chu clan to kowtow and apologize, and then catch the traitor himself. In front of everyone in the Chu clan, he would skin that guy alive, then pour oil on him and thread him from head to foot with a cotton thread. Light up a sky lantern, even if he only had one breath left. Even if he had to be carried, he would have to be carried there. What a fucking trap. Even if it was a trap, it wouldn't be set up so viciously. What's more, it was him who had received the news to set up a trap to deal with the traitor. This was simply sending himself to death, and it was a big meal for the traitor. Could it be any more deceptive? Even if your information was not accurate and you didn't know that there was a top female assassin, this was excusable. Even if your information was not accurate, there was a saber master among them that you didn't notice, or you didn't get such information, or you couldn't see through her because you were lame. But you can't trick this old man like this. There was still a phoenix in this damn trap. I'm really fucking wronged. As a senior figure of the Xiao clan, how could Xiao Wufeng not know the legend of the phoenix? The Phoenix clan was the dominant clan of the heavenly continent 10,000 years ago. There had always been very few phoenix bloodlines, but as long as one appeared, it would be a master. And it was basically immortal, except for using the power of creation, or letting the phoenix die of old age when it couldn't break through its lifespan. There was really no one who could kill the phoenix. Because, once it encountered danger, it would be killed or chopped up, but as long as a little bit of its true spirit remained, it would be able to come back to life. If you forced it too hard, fine, I'll give it a nirvana. I'll give you a heavenly fire of nirvana, which could burn the world. Due to reproductive difficulties, the Phoenix clan was also endowed with a special ability, nirvana. Every time it was nirvana, the heavenly fire of nirvana would burn all the lives around it that could threaten it. To avoid being taken advantage of during the short period of weakness after nirvana. In theory, the phoenix couldn't be killed directly. It was even more powerful than a giant dragon. Unless something like the heavenly layer was directly folded with the power of creation 10,000 years ago. However, there had always been a prophecy in the heavenly layer world, showing that the Phoenix clan was not extinct at all. Like the Three Stars Divine clan, the Dragon clan, and the Elf clan, they would have a chance to come back sooner or later. Although the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan had never appeared with the blood of the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword, it didn't mean that this prophecy was false. Dragons soared into the clouds, phoenixes soared into the sky, the 3 stars shone, and fairies appeared. The matters of the mortal world shook the sky, and the power of tribulation shook the heavens. Xiao Wufeng slapped his own mouth again. You're an idiot. Now, you're about to die, aren't you? Xiao Wufeng already felt that the scorching heat behind him had caught up with him. After he was thousands of feet away from the original site, the purple flame suddenly accelerated and was already behind him. Xiao Wufeng showed a look of despair. He suddenly envied those supreme martial artists of the Xiao clan who had died under the sword. Although those people died, at least they had a chance to reincarnate. But he died under this heavenly fire of nirvana and didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. If he had a chance to do it all over again, Xiao Wufeng would never deal with these 4 people. This was purely a hornet's nest. But he had no chance to regret. With a bitter smile on his face, Xiao Wufeng felt that he was caught up by the other party in the sky. The scorching flame. At this moment, even the air around his body was burned into a black hole. A heart-wrenching pain. It seeped into his bone marrow. He didn't scream, struggle, or even speed up. He just sighed with a bitter smile and stopped his body, allowing his body, which had already surpassed the boundary between a mortal and mortal, to burn into a huge firework in the air. When he took one last look at this world, Xiao Wufeng's eyes suddenly widened, because he suddenly saw that the peripheral forces he had arranged earlier were rushing over here one by one. It seemed that some amazing treasure had appeared here, waiting for them to come and get it. One by one, they flew very fast. Xiao Wufeng was so angry that his intestines exploded. Don't you think there are enough people dying? He wanted to yell and stop them. However, the purple flame immediately burned into his mouth, making him unable to speak. He wanted to warn them with his divine thoughts, but as soon as his divine thoughts were sent out, they were burned. He could only watch helplessly as his grandson rushed over excitedly. At the last moment, he vaguely heard a person's voice. Waha, who set off such a huge firework. So fucking interesting. Maybe it was the ancestor who threw it up on a whim. Brilliant. Beautiful, especially at this night. It's really pleasing to see. Xiao Wufeng thought. If you knew that this firework was me, how pleasing would it be? A bunch of little beasts. Fucking hell. He couldn't think anymore. Because his body exploded with a bang. It turned into a new round of meteor flames all over the sky. Below, 3 Xiao family teams came from 3 directions. In one of the teams, a person raised his head and shouted excitedly, "Look, fireworks. It's gray. It's gray again. So beautiful." All over the mountains and plains, people and animals within 1,000 miles, after seeing this soaring red light, somehow had such a thought in their hearts. This is the unearthed treasure. If I get it, I'll be the richest person in the world. If I get it, I'll be a beautiful wife and concubine. If I get it, I'll be the #1 master in the world. If I get it, I'll be, within a radius of 1,000 miles, everyone scrambled to rush over. Everyone's face was full of urgency, and everyone's eyes were full of greed. This naturally included the people of the Xiao family, and they were running at the front. The next moment, the people of the Xiao family had already rushed to the edge of the fire. Seeing this soaring fire, they were all dumbfounded. However, before they could take any action, the flames dragged them all into the sea of fire with a hideous smile. In a series of screams, they turned into thick smoke. The fire of nirvana, also known as the fire of lust, could not only burn everything, but also ignite the deepest and most despicable desires in everyone's heart. Everyone, in the face of such a flame, involuntarily turned into a moth flying into the fire. The raging fire spread out quickly, and wherever it passed, all the creatures disappeared without a trace, turning into wisps of green smoke. However, the flowers and trees during this period were not damaged at all. Green, lush and luxuriant. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, the raging fire raged. After reaching a certain limit, all the flames suddenly disappeared. Only the red light that soared into the sky was left. However, no matter who it was, no matter what cultivation they had, they could no longer take a step into this area. As long as they took a step, they would be engulfed in purple flames. From all directions, countless birds began to rush over. Today, I ran back and forth between the 2 hospitals and found another hospital to take an X-ray to confirm it. Then, I asked if there would be any consequences if this kind of wrong treatment was carried out for a year. The result made me feel a little relieved, and a few old doctors said that other than suppressing the nerves for a year, the fatigue would be strong, but there was no big problem, and it would slowly get better in the future. They also warmly taught me a few training methods. Then, they said that I was lucky to have discovered it early, and if this continued for 3 to 5 years, It was not impossible for my sciatic nerves to be paralyzed from the pressure. Then, they said that it was no big deal, and it would not affect your career. Although we were familiar with each other, when they said that, I was still furious. When I returned to this hospital again, I was promised that my medical expenses would be halved. I pinched my nose and accepted it. Sigh. The matter was basically over, although I was still a little angry. Gee. Then, I begged for monthly votes. Chapter 1386. Chu Yang and the others sped all the way, and the fire in the distance was the best guiding light. The brothers didn't even have the patience to climb mountains. The people in front directly became one with their swords and rushed out from the mountains, while the people behind followed. It was an absolute straight-line distance. Along the way, they also saw countless people gathering in the same direction. The fire in the sky also continued to exist. On the first day, Chu Yang and the others covered a straight-line distance of 4,000 miles. This was a terrifying number. Although supreme martial artists could fly for a short period of time, a person's cultivation wasn't endless. Of course, it was possible to cover a distance of several thousand feet with one leap. However, this leap required a huge amount of inner energy as the backing. Even supreme martial artists would eventually die from exhaustion if they maintained such a speed for a long time. On this point, Chu Yang and the others finally admitted that they couldn't fly as fast as those big birds in the sky. It was as if those damned birds were racing with them. From the very beginning, they had been flying in the sky, and they were also burning with impatience as they flapped their wings and flew at high speed. Occasionally, they would also curiously look down at the 7 people running on the ground. That's not right. Are they also in a hurry to meet the king of birds? But they don't look right. Why are they running? Why aren't they flying? Do you know that there are still running birds in the world? The birds were extremely surprised, and they weren't inferior to their flying speed at all. When they finally saw these crazy birds stop, the birds in the sky let out a triumphant cry. They flapped their wings and flew away. These strange birds just don't have as much stamina as us. If Chu Yang and the others knew about this, they would probably vomit blood in unison. But now, the 7 of them were almost paralyzed from exhaustion, lying on the ground and panting heavily. I wonder what that bastard Rue Badong is up to. This time, I'm so tired. Luo Kadi's legs twitched as he lay on the ground and counted the stars. He said fiercely, "If this bastard is fine after we go over and see him, I'll beat him until he goes through nirvana again." GMO gasped for breath and chimed in, "That's right. Before he goes through nirvana, we'll do a small surgery so that he can become a female phoenix after he goes through nirvana." Mo Tianji panted, "Yes, be Xie Danxiong's concubine." Xie Danxiong was gasping for breath as he laughed heartily. But he was suddenly caught in the crossfire, and he was left dumbfounded for a moment. Ao Xian said, "Could it be that Rue Badong likes to look for rabbits after becoming a female?" Xie Danxiong exploded. After the commotion, Chu Yang was very dissatisfied. He reprimanded, "What's the matter with you? How could he say that about his own brother? This is unforgivable." Minister Chu had suddenly assumed the air of a big brother, and all the brothers were startled for a moment. It seemed that he was serious about this matter. So, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. Xie Danxiong's eyes were brimming with tears. "Boss is still the best," Chu Yang said angrily. "Even if Xie Danxiong looks like a rabbit, you shouldn't have said it out loud, right? I now announce that no one is allowed to say that Danxiong looks like a rabbit in the future. Let's beat up whoever says that Danxiong is a rabbit." Chu Yang hadn't even finished speaking when Xie Danxiong's face was already streaming with tears. With a boom, everyone burst into laughter. The laughter was too loud. A few rabbits scurried out of the bushes, fleeing in a sorry state. GMO shouted, "Look, it's Xie Danxiong's companions." Instantly, the few of them laughed so hard that their bellies hurt. They instantly felt half of their fatigue disappear. Amidst the laughter, Chu Yang sensitively realized that something was wrong with Ao Xieyun. It was as if his body was heating up and turning red. His eyes, which were looking at the heavenly fire of nirvana in the distant sky, were also somewhat strange. "What's wrong with you?" Mo Tianji also noticed this. Nothing. Ao Sheyun's eyes were full of uncertainty. When I saw the heavenly fire of nirvana, the golden dragon bloodline in my body suddenly started to churn. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang exchanged a look. Both of them had the same guess in their hearts at the same time. Since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were equally famous. Could it be that the awakening of the phoenix race also had an effect on the dragon race? When they were thousands of miles away, they didn't notice anything unusual with Ao Shea. But when they got closer, this was really somewhat incomprehensible. Mo Tianji's lips moved slightly as he sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang. Act according to the situation. I reckon that this is a fluctuation of the bloodline and definitely not a true awakening. When the time comes, if anything happens, you and Duxing are the most powerful. You have to be prepared. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. He shot a look at Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing sat still and nodded slowly. After taking out the food, everyone wolfed it down and rested for a while before continuing on their journey. After another 2 days of continuous running, they finally got close to the area of the heavenly fire of nirvana. But like the others, they still waited 1,000 miles away and couldn't enter. Rue Budong didn't know of their arrival. In the heart of the heavenly fire of nirvana, Rue Budong was suffering an unprecedented torment. Rue Budong swore that he would never forget the pain this time for the rest of his life. Forcibly burning the bloodline in the body and activating the heavenly fire of nirvana before completely reaching the nirvana stage was an unprecedented taboo for the phoenix race. It was extremely likely that he would be burned into a wisp of smoke in this heavenly fire of nirvana. But Rue Budong had no other choice. He knew that if he didn't activate it, Dong Wushang and Imole would definitely die, and Imo Qingwu would definitely be captured by the enemy. Whether it was for his brothers, for Mo Qingwu, or for Chu Yang's instructions, he couldn't just watch all of this happen. So Rue Budong activated it without hesitation. The first thing he did was to protect all that he had to protect. Then, he launched the attack. Right now, he could feel that his entire body, every pore, every muscle, every vein, every nerve, was emitting a raging inferno. And the fire that was originally burning in the outside world was also constantly entering his body. It was burning everything that could be burned. This feeling was really indescribable. It was like a person watching his own heart turn into smoke, and then a little bit of flesh and blood appear in its original position, and then grow bit by bit as it was burned. Nerves were constantly being burned, and then new nerves were being created. At this moment, Rue Budong even wanted to sigh. My left eye sees life, my right eye sees death. One foot is wandering in heaven, the other foot is wandering in hell. This was really like a damn poem. Rue Budong sighed. Their bodies were twisting. The heavenly fire of nirvana finally rushed into the blue sky. The spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of miles gathered like a storm, the four of them. At the same time, they were flooded and cleansed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over and over again. Everyone's body was completely transformed by the heavenly fire of nirvana. Dong Wushang and Imole had already experienced it once. Knowing what to do now, they immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated their energy to absorb. Imo Qingwu looked curiously at the purple flames surrounding her. She felt that her body was constantly undergoing a rebirth, and for a moment, she was actually a little lost. There was a feeling like she was dreaming again. Then, she felt that her cultivation was increasing rapidly. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into her from the top of her head, from the soles of her feet, and from every pore on her body. Imo Qingwu couldn't help but close her eyes and circulate her energy. Immediately, she felt that the bottleneck from second grade saint to first grade supreme martial artist was actually already on the verge of collapsing. The birds in the sky were already densely packed with millions of them. In the distance, there were still large numbers of birds flying over with no regard for their lives. The aura of a king's arrival spread out mysteriously. In the world, all the birds went crazy. This time, the momentum was much greater than the previous time. The boundless sky was filled with a kind of dense majesty, as if an ancient divine king was descending upon the world. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, The entire area was filled with birds. Yes, it was filled, but it was completely silent. All the birds stayed where they were quietly. Natural enemies were close to each other. The strong were indifferent. The weak didn't care at all. From time to time, there would be rustling sounds. Some birds were squeezed down from the branches, which immediately attracted the angry glares of all the surrounding birds. All their eyes were conveying the same message. You actually dare to disturb the king's awakening, you deserve to die. After being squeezed down, under the glares of a flock of sparrows, a goshawk actually trembled all over, like a rooster that had lost a fight. Countless birds continued to fly over. They were no longer satisfied with the territory of 2,000 miles and were expanding outwards. The 7 Chu brothers smiled bitterly at each other at the boundary of 2,000 miles. The few of them had already been buried by the birds. Now, the birds weren't afraid of people. They directly stood on the hair and shoulders of Chu Yang and the others. A few birds even burrowed into Chu Yang's neck and anxiously scurried back and forth on his back. This kind of experience was really amazing. Gradually, as they got closer, Chu Yang actually couldn't see Emotianji anymore. The space between the two of them had already been filled with birds flapping their wings. Luo Kidi's grumbling attracted the angry glares of countless birds. However, this fellow was rather unlucky. The big bird perched on top of his head seemed to have some digestive problems during this period and was very dispirited. After grabbing his hair for a while, it actually started to excrete one after another. Xie Danqiong quickly reached out and flicked his fingers, sealing Luo Kidi's meridians. Instantly, Second Master Luo couldn't move at all. He only felt something wet and slippery with warmth sliding down from the top of his head, into his neck, into his clothes, down his back, and onto his butt. It was extremely tragic. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky. At the same time, an explosive wave of air suddenly spread out. That was the outburst of aura from several people breaking through at the same time. Countless birds flew into the air in joy and rushed towards the center of the mountain. Chu Yang was finally free. He was about to fly over when he suddenly heard a voice. He couldn't help but be dumbstruck. He heard a voice that was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. How amazing! In just these short 2 days, my cultivation has become a second-grade supreme martial artist. The voice was joyous, but also carried an inexplicable sense of melancholy, sadness, and a little worry. Chu Yang was stunned. Chapter 1387. Boundless spiritual energy spread out in all directions like tides. All the birds that came to worship felt the exhaustion from the long journey swept away at this moment. They were all full of energy, and even their feathers were much brighter. Including Chu Yang and the rest, these few special birds also felt refreshed at once. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands, a soft cry sounded. Dong Wushang, Mo Lei and Mo Qingwu, who had already stood up and stopped cultivating, looked over in shock. They saw Rue Budong's face and neck red, desperately trying to suppress something. On his forehead, under the skin, there was a little bump slowly bulging. Instantly, it bulged out like a unicorn. Rue Batong was moaning in pain, some despair in his eyes. Dong Wushang and the rest were shocked. They didn't know what was going on at all. The consequences of Rue Batong forcefully activating nirvana finally erupted at this moment. The phoenix bloodline in his body gathered and rushed to his head. If he couldn't suppress it, then this bit of phoenix bloodline would break through the top of his head in the form of a true spirit and fly away. And Rue Batong would also fall into true destruction. Dong Wushang didn't have time to think. He floated over and reached out to press against the middle of Rue Budong's back. Pure vital energy surged into Rue Budong's body. Rue Budong obviously didn't have enough strength. Since that was the case, then he needed strength. Dong Wushang's incomparably intuitive brain played an important role at this moment. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be so rash. But with a slight delay, Rue Budong would be finished. Dong Wushang was the only one who did not even think before he charged forward. With the two of them working together, Rue Budong finally relaxed a little. That blood-red bump also stopped growing, but as time passed, it started to bulge out bit by bit again. Imole and Imo Chingwu went forward at the same time. One of them put a hand on the left shoulder. One of them put a hand on the right shoulder. The power of the four of them started to fight with the mysterious power in Rue Budong's body. But the power of the phoenix true spirit was immense. After 6 hours, the four of them slowly couldn't suppress it anymore. At this moment, there was a clear cry. Chu Yang was the first to arrive. Once he saw this situation, he reached out his hand and placed it on the middle of Dong Wushang's back without thinking. Then, Gu Duxing, Imo Tianji, and the rest followed suit. The tribulation force of the Tribulation Sword Master gathered together and formed a powerful torrent, especially with the addition of Ao Xieyun. At this moment, Ao Xieyun only felt that his blood vessels were expanding. It was as if he could even hear the sound of the blood flowing through his body. It was like a young golden dragon. It shuttled through his body. In the palm of his hand, surging true essence crazily poured into Rue Budong's body. Rue Budong's expression finally relaxed a little. He could feel it. The phoenix true spirit bloodline. It was slowly retreating into his body. Finally, all of a sudden, a dragon's roar sounded, followed by a phoenix's cry. The silhouette of a golden dragon suddenly emerged from Ao Xieyun's body and soared into the clear sky. The boundless majesty of a king suddenly permeated between heaven and earth. The shadow of a phoenix suddenly rushed out from Rue Budong's body and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. A dragon and a phoenix appeared in the sky at the same time. In an instant, within a radius of thousands of miles, be it humans or animals, birds or beasts, all kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, the brothers felt at the same time that the powerful resistance in Rue Budong's body suddenly disappeared. Then, like a trickle of water, it flowed back. For a moment, everyone's bodies felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Not only was the extreme output not depleted, but everyone had also taken a big step forward. In midair, the silhouette of the golden dragon soared and was very lively. However, the silhouette of the phoenix was slightly depressed. After a long time, the golden dragon suddenly disappeared. The phoenix looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and flew up. At this moment, the entire night sky was suddenly filled with colorful lights, as if hundreds of millions of fireworks were blooming at the same time. A majestic and beautiful bird with a long tail flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. At the same time, different types of birds followed closely behind and flew up. Only one of each type of bird appeared, slowly forming a formation in the air. It was actually a living bird, a total of thousands of different birds, according to the different colors of their feathers, forming a huge phoenix. On the ground, hundreds of millions of birds lowered their heads at the same time. The silhouette of the phoenix seemed to be very satisfied. It nodded slowly, and a surge of pure energy surged out again. It was poured into the bodies of these birds. Then, the phoenix flew a circle in midair and circled around Rue Budong 3 times. It actually sighed in a very human-like manner. It spat out a mouthful of purple air and poured it into Rue Budong's body. It flapped its wings and flew up. This time, it didn't look back. Finally, in the sky, the splendor once again spread out and filled the entire firmament. All the birds raised their heads and puffed out their chests in unison, letting out the loudest chirps. At this moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. Every bird had a satisfied look on their faces. So what if one person got the phoenix blood? So what if 10 people got it? The heavens blessed the Phoenix Longevity Hall. Immortality was a legend. A faint sigh sounded. It seemed to be questioning, as if it was depressed, as if it was melancholy, as if it was a pity, and as if it was lamenting. But no matter what, the tradition of the Phoenix race had already changed since Rue Budong's first complete awakening. Whether it was the Nirvana heavenly fire or the secret techniques of the Phoenix race, they had always been enjoyed by one person alone. But Rue Budong had shared it with his brothers from the very beginning. The first time was the same. The second time was also the same. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, even the real spirit of the Phoenix in Rue Budong's body didn't know. Rue Batong finally opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at his hands nervously. He looked at his feet and then at his body. Then, he cheered. What? My hands didn't turn into claws. My feet didn't turn into claws. My body didn't grow feathers. I'm still a human, not a bird. Wahahaha. This fellow already had the awareness of transforming into a phoenix in the land of nirvana just now. After all, those countless silhouettes came from his consciousness. Naturally, he had thought that he had transformed. Just when he was extremely nervous, he was pleasantly surprised to see that he was still a human. It was really indescribable. The brothers surrounded Rue Batong, laughing and jumping. Luo Kadi and GMO rushed up. One of them pressed down on his head, while the other punched him in the stomach. Rue Batong let out a loud cry. He was already lying on the ground. Luo Kadi cheered and sat on him. Then, the brothers started to stack on top of each other. Rue Batong screamed, "Spare me! Spare me! Big brothers! Why are you here? Fuck! Who is this? Who is this? What a fucking stinky ass!" Luo Kadi had been pooped all over by a diarrhea bird and hadn't had time to clean himself. Now, Rue Batong, the king of birds, had enjoyed more than half of all the smells. While they were laughing, the surrounding birds had already started to disperse. Mo Qingwu had already escaped at the first moment. Then, she stood quietly under a tree and looked over with a smile. There was a hint of nervousness and uneasiness in her smile. There was also a strong desire. She forced herself to be calm, but she couldn't control herself. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji found it strange at the same time. Logically speaking, Mo Qingwu should have seen Chu Yang. She had always flown up and jumped into his arms, acting coquettishly, looking for protection and pampering as if she had been wronged. Why was it this time? Was it completely different? Chu Yang looked at Mo Qingwu standing quietly and softly under the tree, looking at him just like that. Suddenly, there was an incomparably familiar feeling in his heart. This was just like in his previous life. Every time he left her, she would stand under the tree and send him off like this. Whether it was her charm, expression, or emotions, it was almost exactly the same. Huge waves of emotions suddenly surged in Chu Yang's heart. If Mo Qingwu was still as innocent and cute as before, Chu Yang would have already flown up and hugged her tenderly. But now, under such a familiar gaze, Chu Yang actually became timid and didn't dare to go forward. It was as if the one standing in front of him was the Mo Qingwu from his previous life that he had wronged, felt guilty about, stayed by his side in life and death, and had no regrets even in death, and not this tender little girl in this life. Mo Tianji was the first to react. He looked at Chu Yang strangely, surprised at Chu Yang's reaction at this moment. But then, he was shocked by the huge surprise of seeing his sister again. Controlling his heart, he rushed up happily. "Little Wu, little sister." He opened his arms to hug her. Mo Qingwu's eyes welled up with tears. Her small face became red, but she shrank back a little and took a step back. Mo Tianji opened his arms and suddenly stopped like this. His face also became a little stiff. There was uncertainty on his sister's face. There was also some alienation and some hostility in her eyes. Suddenly, he felt a stab of pain. Why was it like this? "Little Wu?" Mo Tianji asked with some heartache. "What's wrong with you?" Mo Qingwu looked at him with some unfamiliarity and some longing. She said, "Is it second brother?" At this moment, Mo Qingwu suddenly mixed reality and dream. She didn't know why, but Mo Qingwu had a feeling that the things in the dream were real. But clearly, her life wasn't like this. This contradiction between reality and dream, when she saw Chu Yang and Mo Tianji at this moment, conflicted to the extreme. Her mind was a mess. Then, after a long time, she remembered that on the way to the far north wastelands, second brother had once explained to her what had happened back then. Her confused eyes slowly regained clarity. Yes, second brother loved her. In the dream, she didn't seem to have given him a chance to explain, right? Mo Tianji nodded vigorously. "It's second brother. It's second brother. Why are you? What's wrong with you?" Mo Tianji, who had always been wise, was so anxious at this moment that the tip of his nose was sweating. He shouted, "Chu Yang, come here and take a look." What's wrong with little Wu? Chu Yang walked over slowly. At this moment, he felt the excitement in his heart. With every step he took, that feeling in his heart became a little clearer. Suddenly, his heart surged and his face turned red. Finally, he came in front of Mo Qingwu. He met this pair of clear black and white eyes and looked at them. Their eyes met. Mo Qingwu's eyes clearly had a trace of avoidance and grievance. Chu Yang asked softly and carefully, "Is it little Wu or Qingwu?" His voice was very soft. In fact, it was so soft that it seemed as if he was afraid of waking up a dream. However, his voice contained a deep affection that could overturn rivers and seas. In fact, even Mo Tianji could clearly hear it. After much effort, a chapter was finally out. This chapter was really difficult to write. I originally wanted to write it quickly and then hurry home to celebrate the new year. But when I wrote this confusing plot, it gave me a headache. I've been writing for 4 hours until now. I'm going home now. When I come back tonight, I'll write again. But even if there's an update, it may be past midnight. Everyone doesn't have to wait. Let's read it together tomorrow. Gee. Chapter 1388. Chu Yang asked cautiously with incomparable apprehension, "Are you Xiaowu or Qingwu?" This sentence made the master of calculation and manipulation Mo Tianji dizzy. In an instant, this wise man, who was ranked in the top 3 in the heavenly layer, was in a state of confusion. Mo Tianji didn't understand what this sentence meant. Whether it was Xiaowu or Qingwu, weren't they both my sisters? For Chu Yang to ask this question, is he out of his mind? Or is he out of his mind? However, Mo Qingwu clearly understood the words that Mo Tianji did not understand. Mo Qingwu's eyes became hazy. Her white teeth bit her lips. Her lips trembled and turned white. She said, "Wasn't that a dream?" Her long eyelashes fluttered like a startled deer. Chu Yang was a little agitated. He stepped forward and said, "Yes, that was a dream." At this moment, his heart was surging. A sour feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. He knew the crux of Mo Qingwu's problem. Since he left, Mo Qingwu must have had that strange dream every day. But now, she had no one to talk to and no one to comfort her. This was a kind of mental disorder caused by the repeated dreams. It caused her personality to evolve towards the memories of her previous life. But it wasn't the real awakening of the memories of her previous life. Otherwise, Mo Qingwu wouldn't have reacted like this. He thought about how Mo Qingwu had to bear that heart-wrenching dream all by herself. That kind of pressure was as heavy as a mountain. That experience was filled with sorrow and despair. How could a little girl like her be able to bear it? Chu Yang's heart was suddenly filled with heartache. That was a dream. Mo Qingwu's eyes reddened. She bit her lips and said sadly, "But you were so fierce. You didn't want me anymore. In your eyes, I'm not even as pretty as a sword." These words finally restored some of Xiao Wu's tone and image in this life. Chu Yang took a breath and said gently, "Silly, do you know? Dreams were all illusory. Furthermore, dreams and reality were absolute opposites. In dreams, the worse I treat you, the better I treat you in reality." Mo Qingwu's eyes lit up. She finally couldn't hold back her joy and said, "Really? Really?" Chu Yang said with certainty. Mo Qingwu's small nose bridge wrinkled. Then, her eyes turned into crescents, and she smiled happily. She tilted her head and wanted to act coquettishly, but she felt that her mood had changed too quickly, and she wasn't used to it. So, she pretended to be angry and said, "Humph humph, humph humph humph, humph 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 humph." Although Chu Yang still had some worries in his heart, he was temporarily relieved. He smiled and said, "What are you snorting for? Have I turned into a piglet?" Mo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You're the piggy." Chu Yang said, "Only a piglet would humph." Mo Qingwu unhappily wrinkled her nose and snorted twice. Suddenly, he frowned and said suspiciously, "But you just asked me. You're Xiaowu or Qingwu." The little girl recalled the dream again. In her dream, Chu Yang had always called her Qingwu. The little girl began to let her imagination run wild again. How could Chu Yang give her a chance to go back? He immediately put on a straight face. Who is Xiao Wu? Imo Qingwu replied in a daze. Of course it's me. Chu Yang continued to ask. Who is Qingwu? Imo Qingwu. Of course it's me too. Humph, humph, humph. Chu Yang snorted twice and winked. Then are you Xiao Wu or Qingwu? The pitiful little girl was immediately led into a ditch by these two sentences. She said in a silly manner, Xiao Wu is me, Qingwu is also me. Suddenly, she jumped up and pounded Chu Yang's chest with her small pink fists. She said coquettishly, Big brother Chu Yang, you're so naughty. You're really naughty. Xiao Wu hates you to death. Chu Yang hugged the warm and fragrant jade in his arms. Instantly, a huge rock in his heart was lifted. It was a false alarm. He laughed happily. You're stupid. You can't blame me for going in circles. Imo Qingwu twisted her body but refused to comply. At this moment, the naivety and innocence returned to Xiao Wu. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang put on a straight face and said, Where's the greeting gift? The little girl snorted unhappily. Then, she happily pouted her red lips and pecked Chu Yang's right cheek. Chu Yang moaned happily. He tilted his head and moved his left cheek closer. Here, munch. The little girl took another bite. Chu Yang pouted. Here. Imo Qingwu giggled and struggled out of his arms. She scrubbed her face and hid to one side. She complained, Big brother Chu Yang is a big hooligan. Chu Yang smiled dizzily. Imo Tianji's eyes reddened as he watched. He angrily took 2 steps forward and placed himself between Chu Yang and Imo Qingwu. He slanted his nose and narrowed his eyes as he said furiously, What a scandal! Chu Yang reached out and pushed him to one side. He said, What does it have to do with you? Go away. Imo Tianji was at his wit's end. He walked to his sister and advised in a low voice, Little Wu, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early will be detrimental to your growth. Also, as a girl, you have to be reserved. Reserved? Understand? This concerns your status in the future. Imo Qingwu opened her round eyes and said, Getting involved in these things too early. What are these things here? Imo Tianji's face darkened. He carefully chose his words and said, For example, love between a man and a woman. Imo Qingwu asked, What is love between a man and a woman? Imo Tianji opened his mouth wide. This, Imo Qingwu persevered. Second brother, explain it. Imo Tianji's eyes widened. Second brother, explain it. Imo Qingwu acted coquettishly. I want to have sex with big brother Chu Yang, but I can't. Imo Tianji's face darkened. He shouted in grief and indignation, No. Why not? Imo Qingwu asked bravely. Explain it clearly. This matter. Imo Tianji tragically stuttered under his sister's questioning. Imo Tianji, who had always been wise, eloquent, strategizing, and the master of calculation and manipulation, in front of his sister's pure and flawless eyes. That intense thirst for knowledge in her eyes. He was utterly defeated. He couldn't help but look at Chu Yang for help. Chu Yang was cursing in his heart. This bastard is really a jerk. Always ruining my plans. This is intolerable. Seeing that Imo Tianji was asking for help, Chu Yang's eyes turned and he asked humbly, Yes, brother Tianji. I would also like to ask, what exactly is love between a man and a woman that you mentioned? Does it need to be in a specific environment, or does it need some other conditions? Ayaya. Tianji, oh Tianji, your thoughts aren't impure, right? Let me tell you, Xiao Wu and I won't listen to those shameless things, even if it's something like taking off one's clothes. Don't you think so, Xiao Wu? Imo Qingwu nodded vigorously. She fully supported brother Chu Yang's words. Brother Chu Yang is absolutely right. Second brother, you can't talk about those shameless things. Second brother, hurry up and explain. Imo Tianji hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He was speechless for a long time. Oh God, just let me die. Chu Yang had finally vented his resentment. For a moment, he felt elated. Motherfucker, even you, Imo Tianji, have such a day. You deserve it. Imo Tianji thought for a long time. Finally, he exploded. He pulled Imo Qingwu to one side and said earnestly in a low voice, Xiao Wu, there are some things that I can't tell you so early, But I have to remind you, do you know that you are a girl? Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and said patiently, don't you like Chu Yang? Then let me tell you a secret. If you want Chu Yang to always remember you, you have to make him unable to eat you forever. For example, you have to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. Or, you have to be hazy, like an illusion. Or, simply become an iceberg. Arouse his desire to conquer you. But don't let him conquer you. Just leave him hanging like this. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang maliciously and said fiercely in his heart, leave him hanging for thousands of years. Mo Qingwu said unhappily, I don't want to listen to you. You haven't even found a wife. This is the conclusion of being kicked by girls too many times, right? Mo Tianji was speechless. Mo Qingwu said excitedly, but the first two sentences are somewhat useful, but I don't really understand. Mo Tianji was shocked. What don't you understand? Second brother will explain it to you in detail. What is unable to eat me? Mo Qingwu asked tirelessly. Is brother Chu Yang going to eat me? Mo Tianji opened his mouth. What is desire to conquer? The little girl tilted her head and looked confused. Mo Tianji opened his eyes wide. At this moment, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, simply wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself quickly. He could explain these things to anyone. If it was to Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kudi and the others, Mo Tianji could even talk loudly and enthusiastically all night long until those guys' eyes showed a wolf-like look. Only then would he stop. But only to his own sister. He couldn't explain it. On the side, Chu Yang was laughing so hard that his stomach was cramping. But he also felt a little strange in his heart. Since Mo Qingwu keeps dreaming, it's impossible that she doesn't even know these things. Even if she hasn't heard of it in reality, she has experienced it in her dreams. Just as Mo Tianji was in a difficult situation, Mo Qingwu suddenly blushed and scolded hatefully, second brother, I really don't know what you're thinking about every day. In my opinion, among all of you brothers, you're the most impure. You're the most rogue. And you still have the face to talk about others. Humph. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. How am I impure? How am I a rogue? Humph. Brother Chu Yang has been with you all this time. Did he learn bad things from you? Mo Qingwu snorted and walked angrily to Chu Yang with her head tilted. She grabbed his arm and said, Brother Chu Yang, let's go. Let's stay far away from him. In the future, you're not allowed to learn from him. Chu Yang nodded like he was pounding garlic. I definitely won't learn from him. Mo Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. Second brother is really too hateful. Chu Yang hurriedly added insult to injury. Actually, you've misunderstood. Your second brother is still very good. He often invites me to drink and to some elegant places to listen to music and drink tea, see beautiful women and so on. But I've always just listened. Although your second brother can't be found at those places every time he goes to, I'm really curious about where he goes. Besides, he has so many friends at those places and all of them are very beautiful. Mo Qingwu's eyes spat fire. What a good Mo Tianji. Humph, humph, humph. Mo Tianji was devastated. Chu Yang, I'll fight it out with you. Cough. Sorry for the late update. Gee. Chapter 1389. The impression that Mo Tianji had just restored in his sister's heart was completely destroyed. She saw how obedient her younger sister was to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was speaking on one side, and Mo Qingwu was looking at her with an extremely resentful expression on the other side. Mo Tianji's blood boiled, and he almost spat out mouthfuls of blood. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. Was there any justice in this world? Qingwu, you don't know. Tianji is really a good person. Don't misunderstand him. Chu Yang continued to work hard, looking as if he would never give up until he suppressed Mo Tianji to hell and made him unable to make a comeback. Tianji has been chivalrous all this while and has indeed done many heroic deeds of saving beauties. The number of women that he has saved is really uncountable. He's a good man. Mo Qingwu was so angry that her nose was crooked. Brother Chu Yang, you believe this? Let me ask you, were all the girls that second brother saved very beautiful? Chu Yang was startled. He thought seriously and said, I didn't pay attention to this. In my heart, who can be more beautiful than Xiaowu? But now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Mo Qingwu's face was full of satisfaction and happiness. She looked down on Mo Tianji and said, yes, if they were not beautiful, why would he save them? He obviously has an ulterior motive. Chu Yang was enlightened. I see. I really didn't pay attention. At this time, someone said, don't mention this. Mo Tianji keeps to himself every time and doesn't let us interfere. It's fine if it's me, but Luo Di is still single. He has no chance at all. Sigh. Mo Tianji is having more and more concubines. It was GMO. At the side, Luo Di wanted to cry but had no tears. This is nothing. But Mo Tianji goes to the brothel every day. It's really a little bad. For a moment, Mo Tianji was criticized by everyone. It was as if he had 100 mouths all over his body. He couldn't explain it. Ao Xiayun was the only one who didn't participate in the attack. He looked at him sympathetically and said, Tianji, actually, I knew that you were not this kind of person. Mo Tianji said with grief and indignation, get lost. Ao Xiayun was furious. He said, you go to the brothel every day, and you still think you are right? The group of brothers immediately poured all the shit in the world onto Mo Tianji, and when he opened his mouth, he would definitely say, actually, Tianji is a good person. For example, Mo Tianji was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Mo Qingwu was also so angry that one Buddha was born, and 2 Buddhas rose to the heavens. She angrily pulled Chu Yang and walked in front. GMO, Luo Di, Rue Butong, and the others giggled as they swarmed forward. They followed behind Mo Tianji. Each of them felt refreshed. They had been oppressed by Mo Tianji for so long that they couldn't turn the tables. But they could finally hold their heads up high today. Seeing Mo Tianji's dark face, the little brothers felt as if they had taken a cold bath on a hot day. Their bodies felt warm from head to toe. It was Mo Tianji's image. This time, he had completely ruined it in front of his younger sister. Moreover, Chu Yang's great image had been thoroughly established after Mo Tianji's image had collapsed. Under Chu Yang's lead, everyone advanced towards the flat mountain ridge. Everyone knew in their hearts that they had to get rid of the traitor in the Chu clan. It was an urgent matter. As for other matters, there was no harm in dragging it out. Along the way, Mo Tianji looked for countless opportunities to explain to his younger sister. Mo Qingwu raised her nose and tilted her face. She ignored him. Along the way, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji was so anxious that he almost had blisters on his mouth. Finally, one morning, Mo Qingwu came to Mo Tianji guiltily. I'm sorry, second brother. I misunderstood you again. Mo Tianji felt as if he had been pardoned. He immediately laughed and waved his hand. It's not your fault. It's all Chu Yang's fault. Mo Qingwu was furious. The truth was told to me by brother Chu Yang last night. You're actually slandering him now. She turned around and left. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. Chu Yang, who was at the side, laughed so hard that he almost fell down. However, Mo Qingwu's 2 misunderstandings towards Mo Tianji had been completely resolved by Chu Yang's method. Moreover, the anger that Mo Qingwu had towards Mo Tianji in her 2 lives had also unknowingly eliminated all her resentment towards him. Thinking of the tragedy of Mo Qingwu's previous life, Chu Yang still had some residual anger. But for Qingwu, Chu Yang still deliberately planned to completely eliminate her resentment towards her family complex. Next was the real highlight, the entanglement between him and Mo Qingwu in her previous life. Although Mo Qingwu had not completely recovered her memories of her previous life, Chu Yang could tell from her repeated dreams that Mo Qingwu's memories had already reached a critical point. Maybe she would really recover her memories at some point. From there, he would know that it was not a dream. At that time, he would face an unprecedented impact, and that day would not be too far away. The group sped all the way, ignoring the crowd that gathered in all directions. They directly broke through the crowd. Soon, the flat mountain ridge was in sight. Then, they sped up like a gust of wind and entered the Chu clan's courtyard. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were missing their son. When they suddenly heard that he was back, they were surprised and immediately came out to welcome him. The whole family also came out to welcome him. When the whole family met, the atmosphere was warm and lively. At night, after the family banquet, Chu Yang immediately discussed with his parents. In addition, Old Master Chu Xiongcheng was also present. Traitor, Chu Feiling was shocked. He and Yang Ruolan looked at each other. Yang Ruolan's face was a little pale. She thought of the existence of a traitor and the danger to the clan. This time, it was Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, Imo Lei and Imo Qingwu. Then, what about the next time? Would it be her son, Chu Yang? They must be eliminated. Yang Ruolan's appearance at this moment was like an old hen frantically protecting her chick in the face of a fox's threat. All the feathers on her body stood up. Yang Ruolan would rather risk everything than let anything happen to her son, who she had lost and gone through all kinds of hardships to find back her son. Even if her son's cultivation had surpassed hers, in her eyes, her son would always be the same as the baby in her arms back then. Mother will use the most vicious means in the world to destroy any threat to your son. Who is the traitor? Chu Feiling asked. Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, I only need to ask one person. Then, I will know all the movements of the traitor. But, by then, I'm afraid. No matter who the traitor is, since he has done such a thing, he is our Chu clan's mortal enemy. Old Master Chu Xiongqing said, the Elder Master has already passed the power of life and death to you. You can do whatever you want. Chu Yang was silent for a while and nodded. In the dark night, Chu Yang came to the residence of the Moonbreeze couple. Before he knocked on the door was already open. Yu Lingxue, dressed in a snow-white robe, stood tall in the courtyard, as if he was specially waiting for him. I know. As long as you know, you will come. Yu Lingxue's every movement was as suave as usual. Chu Yang smiled and said, Greetings, Elder. Yu Lingxue laughed and let him in. Has Elder's body fully recovered? Chu Yang sat down. He asked, It has already recovered to its original state. But during this period of time, I stopped practicing. Yu Lingxue smiled.
Yes.
Chu Yang thought for a while and took out 2 bottles made of purple crystal jade core. He placed them on the table. He said, I know what Elder is thinking. This bottle is the spiritual spring. It has evolved compared to the previous one. After consumption, it can adjust the body's vitality to the highest level. He smiled and said, As for the evolution of the spring of life, I only need to find one more person to catalyze it. By then, the wishes of both elders will be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who was in the inner chamber, were overjoyed. Feng Yuro came out like a gust of wind. Her face was a little red, but she still thanked Chu Yang. Thank you, little brother. Yu Lingxue laughed and said, Then, what's in the other bottle? Chu Yang said, That's 1/2 kilogram of celestial wine. Celestial wine? Yu Lingxue asked with a frown. Yes. Chu Yang said, I got this by chance. This bottle is enough to increase the cultivation of an ordinary person by 2,000 years. Since both elders don't plan to practice now, it is also a good choice to keep it for the cleansing of the child's marrow in the future. It was more than just a good choice. The Moon Breeze couple was so overjoyed that they were a little stunned. They didn't have a child yet, but both of them were already full of hope. They had already started planning for the child's education, safety, and other aspects in the future. Now that they had gotten this from Chu Yang, it was like a big pie falling from the sky. They could guarantee that their child would be an expert the moment he was born. As long as his aptitude wasn't too bad, with this bottle of celestial wine as a foundation, it would be easy for him to reach the peak of upper-grade supreme martial artist in the future. Feng Yuro was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She thanked Chu Yang deeply and kept it carefully. It's a little early now. Chu Yang was a little embarrassed. He said, But I'm afraid that I won't have this anymore by then. So, I'd better leave some here first, in case I can't take it out when the time comes. It'll be very awkward, haha. Both the Moon Breeze couple understood what Chu Yang meant. They also smiled, somewhat rejoicing. Yes, what Chu Yang said was absolutely right. It was impossible to have too many of such things. And as the Tribulation Sword Master, Chu Yang had many brothers. His need for such things was even greater. Besides, he had a big clan. Therefore, what Chu Yang said about, "I'm afraid that I won't have it anymore by then," was the absolute truth. Chu Yang took out another 3 pieces of souls of the purple crystal and placed them on the table. He pushed them over lightly. "One each for the 2 seniors and the future baby. Consider it my greeting gift." This time, the Moon Breeze couple really got a shock. Ever since he came in, the 3 items that Chu Yang took out were each more shocking than the last. In their more than 10,000 years of life, the Moon Breeze couple had never seen or heard of these 3 items before. The last item was actually the legendary soul of the purple crystal. Begging for monthly votes, I'm going to write the second update. Today is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Thinking that the spring festival is coming, my heart is filled with excitement. Suddenly, I felt poetic and wrote a poem. The spring festival is like a beautiful girl, walking all the way to me as she takes off her clothes when she's in front of me. Chapter 1390. Even someone as powerful as Yu Lingxue was also shocked by Chu Yang's generosity. Smart kids remember Network's super fast hands looking at the soul of the purple crystal in front of him. Yu Lingxue only felt his mouth dry up. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He let Feng Euro keep it and said with a smile, "You're still young. Surely this isn't a simple greeting gift?" Chu Yang smiled slightly. "It's not impossible to say that it's gratitude. After all, if not for the 2 of you, the Chu clan would have been destroyed thousands of times already. The 2 of you have contributed greatly to our survival till now." What Chu Yang said was the truth. If not for the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jueqing, judging from Chu Yang's misdeeds outside, the Chu clan would have been long gone. Of course, if not for the fact that he had arranged for these 3 great gods to stay here, Chu Yang wouldn't have dared to be so impudent outside. After all, there was a huge difference between having worries and not having any at all. After Wu Jueqing left, the entire Chu clan was protected by the Moon Breeze couple. It was foolproof. Yu Lingxue said softly, "Although we can't directly participate in the war to pacify the world, we can still look after the clan for you." His smile flashed with sharp sword intent. "Of course, when it comes to the last step, we won't sit back and watch. I believe that the other side won't sit back and watch either." Chu Yang completely understood what he meant. The last step would be the final battle. When that time came, they would go up against all the supreme experts and law enforcement officers of the big clans that had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. That battle was the true battle that set the mountains and rivers. A battle to settle the world. Yu Lingxue smiled. "If it's because of these, I'm ashamed. We're just 2 patients who are lazing around here waiting for treatment." The 3 of them laughed at the same time. "There's one more thing that I hope you can help me with today," said Chu Yang. As if guessing what he was going to say, Yu Lingxue said, "Speak." "Traitor," said Chu Yang softly. Yu Lingxue smiled amusedly. "Why did you come to look for me?" Chu Yang chuckled. "The Chu clan has been established for quite some time, but there are no experts in the clan. Not to mention, there are no super experts. Therefore, even if there are traitors, they're stuck with their original methods. These people," Chu Yang smiled. "With a mid-grade supreme martial artist here, as long as he's not in closed-door training, he won't be able to do anything. If that's the case, there won't be any movement within 1,000 miles that can be hidden from us." He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Senior is an upright person who knows how to repay kindness. Naturally, you would pay more attention to the movements of the Chu clan. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for the traitor to hide from you. Yu Lingxue smiled. What Chu Yang said was absolutely right. Yu Lingxue had always been somewhat grateful towards Chu Yang. What's more, the couple's greatest wish depended on Chu Yang. How could he not care about the Chu clan? Under such circumstances, it would be strange if they didn't discover the traitor's actions. But that person's identity? Very awkward. Yu Lingxue smiled. Chu Yang frowned. "It's your second uncle's widow." A cold glint flashed across Yu Lingxue's eyes. "If it were anyone else, I would have dealt with them on the spot. Since it's her, it's not convenient for an outsider like me to make a move." Chu Yang's brows furrowed tightly. Chu Feilong's widow, Madame Wei. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, other than reminding Dong Wushang before he set off, I didn't do anything else. There was a glint in his eyes. The encounter of tribulations is a training that will definitely happen. It's not good for me to interfere. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Yet another person who was influenced by the theory of tribulations never dying. And this person was actually Yu Lingxue. How can one grow without experiencing wind and rain? Yu Lingxue said softly, a tree grows after a lifetime of wind and rain. A person who grows after a lifetime of bloodshed is a strong person. Chu Yang nodded. If there's time, I would like to meet this brother of yours. Yu Lingxue smiled. Chu Yang bade farewell to Moonbreeze and returned. His mind was churning intensely. Madame Wei was Chu Feilong's first wife and gave birth to 3 sons for him. When Chu Feilong died, Madame Wei fainted from grief. But after that, she didn't do anything. She was actually the traitor? Chu Yang suddenly recalled that his 4th uncle, Chu Fian, once sighed and said, actually, your 2nd uncle used to be a very good person. The 4 of us had always been very united. However, ever since your 2nd uncle met your 2nd aunt, things changed. Especially after they got married, many of your 2nd uncle's actions were very incomprehensible. Your 2nd uncle met Madame Wei outside when he was roaming the martial world, and it was from then on that your 2nd uncle really became incomprehensible. And then, he became more and more serious. As for your matter, it's hard to say. Back then, Chu Fian's words were very vague, and what he said was extracted from the conversation of the whole night. At that time, he didn't feel anything. But now that Madame Wei was exposed as a traitor, Chu Yang realized that Chu Fian had revealed a lot of important information to him. Madame Wei? Chu Xiongqing's face changed color. Are you sure? It was Elder Yu Lingxue, who had been observing the Chu clan with his divine sense and discovered it. Chu Yang said, during this period, Madame Wei went out several times. Twice, she released carrier pigeons outside the flat mountain ridge. The last time, she had a secret talk with someone in a tea house in the flat mountain ridge. After that, this attack happened. Chu Yang said with certainty, so, Madame Wei is a traitor. There's no doubt about this. But what's worth thinking about is, if she's a traitor, which side does she belong to? Hearing that this matter was confirmed by Yu Lingxue, Old Master Chu was instantly speechless. If he still didn't believe Yu Lingxue's judgment, then there was no one else in this world worthy of his trust. Is there a need to guess? Old Master Chu blew his beard and glared. The interception was done by the Shao clan. Of course, Madame Wei is from the Shao clan. Not necessarily. Chu Yang shook his head slowly. At that time, Chu Feilong colluded with the Yi clan. And, all along, I didn't see any contact between him and the Shao clan. Why did Chu Feilong die? Instead of contacting the Yi clan, Madame Wei contacted the Shao clan first? Chu Yang said in a low voice, this is a big point of suspicion. Hearing this, Old Master Chu's expression changed. Firstly, speaking of Chu Feilong, Old Master Chu was still a little sad after all. Secondly, there were 2 dominant clans eyeing covetously at the same time. This pressure was also earth-shattering. How do you plan to deal with this matter? Old Master Chu asked. I'm thinking about it. Chu Yang said, but, regarding the outcome, it depends on your opinion. Old Master Chu hesitated for a while, stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. After a long time, he finally said, if she doesn't repent, then let them reunite. After Old Master finished this sentence, he left in a huff. But from the low tone of the last sentence, Chu Yang could still tell that Old Master was sad. His 2nd son had become a traitor. He died miserably. His 2 grandsons also died along with him. Now, even his widow was also going to. If all of them were really gone, then, those that remained in this world, only his grandson, Chu Tingyun, was left. At such a young age, he lost his parents and brothers, and all of them died in the hands of his own family. I really don't know how this 12 or 13-year-old kid can survive. Would he go mad with hatred because of this and walk down the same path as his father, Chu Feilong? Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolin were also a little dumbfounded. Chu Yang came out with a lot on his mind and went to look for Mo Tianji. Such an intricate and complicated matter, leaving it to this fellow would definitely bring out the best in each other. But on the way, he met Yang Bao. Old Master Yang had specially waited here for a long time to look for Chu Yang. What are you busy with every day? You come and go like a ghost. Come, follow me. I have something to tell you. Old Master Yang pulled Chu Yang's collar and walked away. Slow down. I'm almost out of breath. Chu Yang was puzzled. Why was Old Master looking for him? He was prepared to pay a visit tomorrow, but he didn't expect Old Master Yang to come knocking on his door. Old Master Yang dragged Chu Yang into a room where Grandma Yang was waiting for him. When she saw Chu Yang, she first praised him like a precious baby before it was Old Master Yang's turn to talk about serious matters. Old Master Yang asked very mysteriously and seriously, "What's your cultivation level now?" Chu Yang rubbed his nose. "I think I'm a third-grade supreme martial artist." Old Master Yang didn't expect his nephew to already be a supreme martial artist. He was stunned. After a long while, he clapped his hands and said, "Damn it! So strong. You're so damn fast." Chu Yang was speechless. A walking stick smashed down from behind Old Master Yang. Old Mistress Yang smashed Old Master Yang to the ground with her walking stick and scolded, "Damn it! How dare you scold me?" Old Master Yang got up from the ground and patted the dust off as if nothing had happened. He said angrily, "I'm talking about serious matters with my grandson. Don't interrupt." Old Mistress Yang snorted and said, "Don't scold people when you're talking about serious matters. If you dare to scold me indirectly again, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Old Master Yang grimaced and didn't dare to retort. He turned to Chu Yang and said, "Damn it." Chu Yang was speechless. He had never seen someone like this. Scolding my grandma, and now my grandma. What's wrong with me then? Old Master Yang started to talk about serious matters. "It's about time. You can also ask the Moonbreeze couple for help at critical moments. Besides, it can't be delayed any longer." "Why?" asked Chu Yang. "Do you still remember what I told you about the Aspen Valley Purple Crystal Mine?" asked Old Master Yang. "Then," he said, "it's okay if you haven't heard of it. It's not too late for me to tell you now." Chu Yang was speechless. Old Master Yang took in a deep breath and said, "When we discovered it, we thought that it was just a small purple crystal mine, so no one paid much attention to it. But until last year, we suddenly dug out something from it. Then this old man immediately felt that something was wrong. If that's really the case, then this place isn't something that a mere Yang clan can occupy." "What is it?" Chu Yang felt his heart beating faster for some reason, as if an earth-shattering thing was about to be revealed to him. This feeling made even Chu Yang himself feel rather baffled. Chapter 1391. Along with Chu Yang's agitation, the sword spirit in the tribulation space also became agitated. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands, both of them were a little puzzled. What exactly was it that could make a sword master and a sword spirit so agitated? And it was just a vague feeling, yet it was already like this? Chu Yang's mouth became dry. He said, "Grandfather, did you discover a top-grade heavenly treasure?" Yang Bao glared and said angrily, "If it was just a heavenly treasure, wouldn't it be fine if I secretly kept it myself? Why would my whole family have to seek refuge in your place in such a sorry state?" The old master finally admitted that he had come to the Chu clan to seek refuge. Chu Yang said, "Then, what did you find? Why are you being so cautious?" This time, Yang Bao didn't continue speaking. Instead, he sighed rather sadly. Looking up at the ceiling, he said, "At that time, we discovered a small amount of purple crystals there, and the Yang clan took root there. Poplar Valley got its name from that. For hundreds of years, it had always been intermittent. Sometimes, they couldn't dig up a single purple crystal for 3 to 5 months. Other times, they had continuous harvests. But this bit of harvest was really negligible to the big clans. So even though the Shao clan knew about it, they were full of ridicule and disdain towards the Yang clan's mining. Chu Yang thought, with the Shao clan's wealth, they naturally wouldn't care about such a small purple crystal mine. Among the big clans, The amount of purple crystal mined in a day by any one of them was probably equivalent to 10 years of mining by the Yang clan. It was normal that they didn't care about it. If the Shao clan actually went to war over such a small purple crystal mine, that would be idiotic. And it would also appear that they didn't have any tolerance for others. It would be extremely detrimental to the Shao clan's rule in the southeast. But the Yang clan relied on this small purple crystal mine to develop gradually. Even though it was definitely impossible for them to become a big clan, it was enough to dominate a region. The importance of these purple crystals. Chu Yang thought of the vast amount of purple crystals stored in his space. He couldn't help but feel like, I'm a rich man. Until one day, there were no purple crystals for 3 consecutive months. I just wanted to give up on this purple crystal mine. It was really like chicken ribs, tasteless but a pity to throw it away. But at this moment, he dug out a huge, strange purple crystal origin stone. This purple crystal origin stone actually couldn't be ground. At that time, I wanted to auction it off and stop mining the purple crystal mine. I wanted the Yang clan to live a peaceful life. But after I sold it, I couldn't bear to part with it. After that, the buyer was unable to open the stone. The buyer then put it up for auction. I don't know why, but I actually bought it back. Master Yang's face turned slightly red. At the side, old Mistress Yang spat in disdain and scolded, "Idiot! He sold it for 200 purple crystals, and actually spent 300 purple crystals to buy it back. How can there be such an idiot in the world?" Chu Yang was also dumbfounded. What a weirdo. It was definitely rare in the world. He couldn't bear to sell it, but when someone else sold it, he bought it back. Not only did he not make any money, but he also did not make any money. Instead, he lost 100 purple crystals. This kind of thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could do. Chu Yang suddenly gasped in amazement at the strength of his grandfather. Then, a brother of mine happened to be there. We joined forces and borrowed the strength of that brother of mine. Finally, that thing was opened. Then, we discovered that thing on your neck. Master Yang raised his eyebrows. Purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang finally pieced everything together. The brother that Master was talking about is definitely Dukyu. Indeed, what Master Yang said next was exactly the same as what Dukyu said. Then, I thought, since there's purple crystal jade essence, then this purple crystal mine is still very promising. Maybe if I continued digging, it would actually be a huge purple crystal mine? So, I gave up on my original decision and continued mining. Master Yang's face was a little red. Obviously, he despised his own behavior of changing his mind. Chu Yang also sighed. How good would it have been if I had stopped at that time? Master Yang let out a long sigh. After that, the number of purple crystals mined increased. It could actually keep up with the clan's cultivation, and there was even a surplus. So, I continued mining excitedly. The Shao clan also took it as a joke. In any case, they didn't take it to heart. So, last year that day, Master Yang was a little hesitant. After pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "The deeper we dug, the wetter it became." Then, slowly, a spring appeared. Spring water? Chu Yang was greatly surprised. He was wondering what it was. It was actually a spring water? The appearance of spring water in the mine saved us from replenishing our supplies. So, everyone was thirsty. At that time, everyone present drank until they were full. Yang Bao revealed a look of fear. Then, everyone went crazy. This person said that he saw a ghost. That person said that everyone in the world was a demon. There was even someone who said that there was a worm in his stomach, and he dug his stomach open. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of spring water could have such power? Then, we investigated in every possible way and did experiments. Only then did we realize that the problem was with that spring water. Yang Bao said with lingering fear, at that time, "If it wasn't for your grandmother stopping me, I could also go up and drink a few mouthfuls." Old Mistress Yang rolled her eyes at the side and scolded in a low voice, "Idiot! As long as one drinks this water, they will lose their minds. Even those with low cultivation will lose their minds." Yang Bao said somewhat hesitantly, "My cultivation is also not high." Chu Yang almost burst out in laughter. Yang Bao stammered for a long time before he said, "Then, We sealed that place and dug in another direction. Chu Yang was greatly surprised again. He thought that something would happen with this spring water. He didn't expect that it would change direction right after. We dug for another half a month. This time, we didn't dig out any spring water. Instead, we dug out 2 claws. Yang Bao sighed heavily. It was these 2 claws that brought about a disaster for the Yang clan. Just a little bit more. Even if the entire clan died in the hands of the Shao clan. 2 claws. Chu Yang's eyes widened. What kind of claws can have such great power? Sigh. Master Yang said with infinite hesitation, "It's all your uncle's fault." My uncle? Chu Yang was even more puzzled. What's going on? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Old Mistress Yang finally couldn't help but slap him. Hurry up and say it. Master Yang felt extremely wronged. Aren't I talking now? Don't interrupt. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. When those 2 claws were entangled together, one was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. The other was much smaller, but it was still bigger than the known bird claws. That thick one, very majestic. Facing that claw, one wouldn't even dare to move. It was as if there was a primordial beast in front of it. It could tear one apart at any time. That thin one. It had colorful patterns all over and was shining brightly. Both of them were lifelike. I examined them for a long time but didn't discover anything. After I discovered it, I drew a sketch. So, I ordered someone to draw a sketch and secretly sent someone to find out. Then, I discovered that one of the 2 claws was actually a dragon's claw, and the other was actually a phoenix's claw. Yang Bao took a deep breath. I was shocked at that time. Chu Yang was dumbfounded and almost couldn't speak. I was shocked too. The dragon race and the phoenix race had always minded their own business. Why would there be a huge dragon's claw and a phoenix's claw in a pit? Yang Bao swallowed his saliva and said with some lingering fear. Chu Yang was also considering this question. What reason could make a dragon? Why would a phoenix's claw not let go and even be buried here together? So, I searched through all the ancient records and finally found a book that said, although the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan don't interfere with each other, the leaders of the 2 clans would meet at a place every once in a while to have some important discussion, and the place chosen by the leaders of the 2 races, according to ancient legends, was a place of auspiciousness. Yang Bao laughed bitterly. Back then, when the Yang clan chose Aspen Valley as the place to settle down, the geomancer once said that this place was auspicious and had the omen of auspiciousness. At that time, I only thought that it was a geomancer saying, dismissive. Who knew that it was actually, really? Chu Yang was already speechless. He was already stunned. A place of auspiciousness. His head was buzzing, full of this word. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding continuously. The 7th fragment of the tribulation sword. A place of auspiciousness. The 7th fragment of the tribulation. Chu Yang had been so conflicted about this that he was about to have cerebral palsy. He didn't expect to actually receive such shocking news when he returned home. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. After a moment of dizziness, he said in confusion, "This kind of news should be kept strictly confidential. How could it be leaked? And even to the point where the whole family had to move to seek refuge?" Old Master Yang stomped his feet. "Isn't that so? At that time, only me and the 2 chief stewards knew about this. I reminded them repeatedly not to leak it out. And indeed, it didn't leak out. It's all my fault for having such a cheap mouth." Master Yang slapped himself on the face. "My mouth is so cheap. One time, after I drank, I actually told your uncle, oh my God, if it weren't for the fact that you only have one uncle, I would have killed him to silence him." Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He broke out in cold sweat and shivered, begging for votes. Gee, I was in the limelight for a while. Just now, I was still writing when 7 or 8 little boys actually ran up to the 5th floor and knocked on my door. When I opened the door, I immediately received an order. "Time's up. Old Zhang, it's time to move. I escaped to write my story. Begging for votes. RQ." Chapter 1392. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He admired his uncle Yang Ruoxiong even more. To think that this guy could be so thick-skinned, Chu Yang immediately made a decision. If there were any important matters in the future, he must never let this uncle know. How is that dog of an uncle someone who can keep a secret? I was really blind. Back then, he kowtowed and swore that he wouldn't leak it out. In the end, he got drunk that night. The words about keeping it a secret were still ringing in my ears, but in the blink of an eye, the whole world knew about it. And this bastard is my biological son. Old Master Yang was miserable. With snot and tears running down his face, he beat his chest and scolded furiously. Fuck him. Ah, that bastard. But when he saw old Mistress Yang's livid face, he swallowed half of his words. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. Chu Yang was completely convinced. This works too? There's such a thing. Old Mistress Yang said disdainfully. Look at how innocent you make it sound. You still have the cheek to talk about your son? The two senior managers are afraid of leaking the secret, so they stay in the Yang clan compound and don't dare to go home. They usually don't meet people and keep the secret like an impenetrable fortress. Isn't it all your own fault? You keep asking others to keep the secret, but you're happily announcing it yourself. Where did you get the cheek? And you're still talking about your son. Didn't you also say the same to your son after you drank? Ruoxiong, come closer. I'll tell you a big secret. Don't tell anyone else. Old Mistress imitated him perfectly. Then, she spat and scolded. The old one is a pig. The young one is a bear. You two, don't talk about each other. Yang Bao pulled a long face and didn't speak. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. From a series of black lines, beads of sweat emerged. Not only uncle, if there's anything important in the future, I can't tell grandfather either. This is really going to kill me. Old Mistress took over the topic. She said angrily, what a great opportunity to build a family business in the land of prosperity. Even the big clans don't have such good fortune. Now, it's in the hands of the Yang clan. As long as we continue to develop steadily, the Yang clan will prosper in a few decades or centuries. Become stronger and stronger? Becoming a feudal lord is just around the corner. If someone else got hold of Sun Liemian's good news, even if they died, they wouldn't say a word about it. But in our family, it's different. Outsiders didn't even have time to find out, but these two pigs actually announced it to the world. The most infuriating thing that made me want to kill myself was, after the secret was leaked, the two of us actually discussed the matter of who leaked the secret for an entire night. We suspected this and suspected that. Finally, we heard from other people that it was your stupid uncle who leaked the secret when he was drunk. To think that both of you looked so innocent at that time. This old woman really wants to vomit blood. Yang, that time when I came to see you, it was when that matter had just erupted. I used the matter of visiting my nephew as an excuse to avoid the limelight. Then, a few months after I returned, the Shao clan began to take action. Master Yang's face darkened as he was scolded. Occasionally, he would raise his head and shake his neck, turn around and look at the roof. There was embarrassment on his face, but it was definitely not unbearable. Clearly, this was not the first time. Master himself had already gotten used to it. Chu Yang held back his laughter and consoled her. Grandma, please calm down. This is just a moment of carelessness. Cough. You can't blame grandfather and uncle. This sentence. It was really somewhat against his will. You instructed others to keep the secret, and your subordinates all kept their mouths shut. Yet, you announced it yourself. Anyone who heard about this matter would also not know whether to laugh or cry, right? Chu Yang felt that if he was also involved in this matter, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Luckily, it happened in the Yang clan. If it had happened in other clans that weren't so thick-skinned, there was a high possibility that someone would have died. Old Mistress Yang said hatefully, if you don't blame them, are you going to blame me? Taking 2 deep breaths, Old Mistress Yang gritted her teeth so hard that they made grinding sounds. Yang, your grandfather and uncle are so stupid that even the heavens can't tolerate them. So stupid that they can't breathe. So stupid that even the heavens are angry at them. So stupid that even gods and ghosts are angry at them. What are they still alive for? Chu Yang hurriedly covered his mouth and lowered his head. If his reaction was a little slower, he would have burst out laughing. He hurriedly changed the topic. How did the Shao clan do it? This was the main point. It wasn't as if the Shao clan didn't have any sensible people. What if they discovered the tribulation sword? Although he knew that this kind of thing was not very likely to happen, Chu Yang was still somewhat worried. Old Mistress Yang sighed, exasperated at his failure to live up to her expectations. Originally, this kind of thing shouldn't be publicized by ourselves. Although the rumors were spreading everywhere and we were nervous, the Shao clan actually didn't care. After all, which clan's secret was leaked by the clan master? Although the news spread, the Shao clan would only think that we were deliberately mystifying things at first. But later on, the Shao clan sent people over. They found a few acquaintances to invite your grandfather for a drink. Seeing that he was drunk, they mentioned this matter. Old Mistress Yang looked up at the sky, completely speechless. Chu Yang blinked and asked excitedly, "What did grandfather say?" "Of course, your grandfather didn't admit it at first." Old Mistress Yang looked as if she was about to vomit blood. He denied it. If he had said it right away, they wouldn't have suspected and would have just taken it as a joke. But he denied it very nervously right away. Chu Yang was speechless. There were really countless ways to make up for it, but grandfather chose the stupidest one. The more he tried to cover it up, the more conspicuous it was. The rarest thing was that under that kind of situation, he didn't stop drinking even when others urged him to. Finally, he was completely drunk. Old Mistress Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, later on, he was dead drunk. He patted his chest and swore in the name of 8 generations of his ancestors. When have I, Yang Bao, ever lied? If I say it's true, it's true. Chu Yang covered his face with his hands. What a weirdo. To be able to do this, Grandfather Yang Bao was definitely a weirdo. One had to look up to him. He shone so brightly. With a mentally retarded background, he was surrounded by a halo of retardation. Now, this old thing actually has the cheek to push all the blame to your uncle. He's the main culprit. Old Mistress Yang roared furiously. Old Master Yang lowered his head, as if he was about to fall asleep. Later on, the Shao clan sent people to investigate secretly. And so, something that made me even more speechless happened later on. Old Mistress Yang sighed repeatedly. Even Chu Yang found it strange. At this stage, there was actually still something that made him speechless? What was it? Back then, after discovering the dragon claws and phoenix claws, this bastard actually didn't get rid of them immediately. He could have asked more people to bring them back home, or he could have just blown up the mine and buried them underground. All we need is feng shui. But this old bastard actually didn't do anything. Old Mistress Yang had a conflicted look on her face. He just stood there underground, exposed. The moment the Shao clan people went there, they saw it. Chu Yang had a strong urge to vomit blood. If he allowed it, he felt that he could vomit all the blood in his body. There was actually such a thing. Then, the Shao clan started to take action. At least that bastard who tricked your grandfather still had some conscience. He secretly told your grandfather, "Hurry up and leave. Our clan's army is coming." Old Mistress Yang heaved a heavy sigh. At that time, your grandfather suddenly came to a decision. He immediately packed up and brought his whole family here to seek refuge. He completely disgraced me. You can't do anything else well, but you, this old bastard, are quite fast at escaping. Old Mistress Yang slammed her dragon-headed walking stick hard on the ground. She was so angry that her breathing quickened and her face flushed red. Old Master Yang muttered, "Isn't it still not that long? It's only about a year or so. Discuss it with your nephew. Perhaps we can snatch it back. A year is not long. Giving birth only takes 10 months. Old Mistress Yang snorted. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I need to discuss this matter with everyone. Snatch it back. We must snatch it back. But how exactly to do that needs to be planned." What a joke. Snatch it back? That's for sure. If I don't snatch it back, where am I going to find the 7th fragment of my tribulation sword? Chu Yang left almost anxiously. Old Master Yang Bao heaved a long sigh of relief and praised, as expected of my grandson. He's so attentive to our family's matters. Old Mistress Yang glared at him helplessly. Why aren't you getting lost? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? With a wave of her walking stick, Old Master Yang scurried away. Imo Tianji and Imo Qingwu were talking in the room. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, their relationship seemed to have returned to how it was in the beginning in an instant. Of course, what made Imo Tianji dissatisfied was that he had already taken a back seat in his sister's heart. The one on the front line was Chu Yang, who took advantage of the situation. This made strategist Imo extremely dissatisfied. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a solution, Chu Yang suddenly came in with a bang. Imo Tianji, why aren't you in your own room? Why do you keep coming to Xiao Wu's place? Chu Yang was a little angry. This bastard, if not for the fact that you're Xiao Wu's second brother, I would have kicked you out with a punch. This is my biological sister. Imo Tianji was also unhappy. Why did an outsider like you come in? Second brother? Imo Qingwu stomped her feet unhappily. How can you be so rude to big brother Chu Yang? Imo Tianji was inexplicably indignant. You only saw that I was rude to him? Then why didn't you say that the first thing he said when he came in was that he was rude to me? I have something urgent to talk to you about. Chu Yang grabbed Imo Tianji's collar and lifted him up. Then, he turned around and left. Imo Tianji's neck was gripped and he couldn't move. His face was red as he was being dragged out like a dead dog. He could vaguely hear Imo Qingwu's eyes shining as she said, Big brother Chu Yang is so handsome, so domineering. Imo Tianji almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not long after, in Imo Tianji's room, an uncontrollable scream rang out. It was Imo Tianji's voice. To think that there's such a thing. Cough, there are 2 chapters today. I'm going to set off firecrackers. Please vote for me. G. RQ. Chapter 1393. In his room, Imo Tianji frowned as he listened to Chu Yang talk about the 2 matters. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. There's such a thing? Imo Tianji was shocked. He stood up and paced around the room. Chu Yang naturally knew that Imo Tianji was referring to the 7th fragment of the Calamity Sword. He was definitely not referring to the fact that Chu Yang had such a great-grandfather and uncle. Imo Tianji had always lacked humor cells. He liked to focus on the most important point. There is such a thing. Chu Yang sighed. Imo Tianji frowned and looked around. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, Your grandfather and your uncle actually managed to survive in the Jianghu of the upper 3 heavens? This is really strange. Chu Yang frowned. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me what you think. Chu Yang didn't know either. He came back to deal with the traitor. He didn't expect that this time, it wasn't just an urgent problem. It was 2. One was the traitor. The other was the 7th tribulation. Imo Tianji pondered and said, We can't delay the Yang clan's matter. We have to act immediately. Although the Shao clan won't find out, there's always a chance. If, then we'll be in a passive position. With the 7th tribulation, Imo Tianji put the matter of the traitor to the back of his mind. I know what to do. The problem is how to do it. Chu Yang said, The Yang clan is less than 2,000 miles away from the Chu clan. To ordinary people, this distance can be said to be a long journey, but to experts, it is not worth mentioning. So, since the Shao clan took over that place, they must be guarding against the Chu clan. It would definitely be heavily guarded. This time, it will be a fierce battle. Imo Tianji thought for a while and shook his head. Not necessarily. This time, we're in the land of Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity. The Yang clan only knows about the land of Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity. They definitely won't know about the Tribulation Sword. Imo Tianji said, So, they'll only dig in a large area. They have experts, but they won't necessarily be heavily guarded. As for what's down there, we'll only know when we get there. Imo Tianji said decisively, but we still need to be fully prepared. This was an operation. It involved the dragons and phoenixes. Ao Sheiyun and Rue Butong had to take the lead. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Luo Kadi, Xie Danxiong, GMO, and you and I will be the second wave. As for you, if you want to persuade the Moon Breeze Elders, one of them will come along to hold the line. Then, there will be no mistakes. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Operation Tribulation. Has the moon breeze couple taking part in it, but it doesn't smell right. Besides, someone with this level of cultivation would break the balance. Since when has there ever been a peak-grade supreme martial artist taking part in a tribulation? For the path of tribulation, this is very important. It's a big taboo. Chu Yang wasn't talking nonsense. He had heard from Ning Tianya that people with their cultivation couldn't directly participate in the battle of tribulation's unification of the world. Otherwise, there will be serious consequences. The sword spirit had also reminded him many times that the path of tribulation was a path of training. The balance must not be broken. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and said, "We didn't ask them to take part in any battle. We just invited one of their seniors to have fun. What does this have to do with tribulation?" Chu Yang coughed. Did this guy really know how to say that he wanted to invite one of them to go sightseeing? Just for fun? But it seemed like this idea wasn't bad. Mo Tianji looked at him, somewhat hesitant to speak. After coughing twice, he said, "Actually, Chu Yang, we need to gain experience. This is the most important point, but it's just for experience. As the Tribulation Sword Master, don't you think that you've already surpassed the past Tribulation Sword Masters by too much?" Chu Yang said, What do you mean?" Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, "During this period of time, I've looked up too much information. The Lan clan's database has basically been stored in my head. Among the past Tribulation Sword Masters, there were very few who could reach the level of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. And most of them stopped at the 3rd or 4th grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And that's the final achievement after the Tribulation Sword Master." Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with wisdom. He said, "I don't understand why it suddenly became so much more difficult when it came to our batch. There are also layers of obstacles, but it's undeniable that the average cultivation level of us brothers has already reached the level of a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. And you've only just obtained the 7th fragment of the Tribulation Sword." Mo Tianji said, "I don't understand the Tribulation Sword Masters, nor do I understand the reason. But just on the surface, your achievements have already surpassed all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters. Like now, after everyone accompanied Rui Butong through the Phoenix's Nirvana, Dong Wushang and Rui Butong have already reached the level of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. They've become the leaders, and the other brothers have also reached the critical point. When you obtain the 7th fragment, the strength of our brothers will soar once again. By then, your 7th fragment will completely surpass all the previous Tribulation Sword Masters." Mo Tianji said, "So, I keep feeling that you've long surpassed the scope of the Tribulation Sword. Or rather, you've long surpassed the scope of the Tribulation Sword in the Heavens continent." Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, he continued, "At this rate, by the time you obtain the 8th fragment, we'll be able to reach the level of the Moon Breeze couple. By the 9th fragment, where will we go? Where will we go?" Chu Yang really didn't expect Mo Tianji to consider so far ahead. "Based on your speed, how long did you take to obtain these few fragments?" "It took decades for the previous Tribulation Sword Masters to unify the heavens. The longest was close to 100 years. And how long did we take? At this rate, we'll be able to unify the heavens before we're 25 years old," Mo Tianji said quietly. "And after that?" Mo Tianji threw out a meaningful question. He said lightly, "Do you know why I talked about the problem of the big clans when we were at the Lan clan?" Chu Yang frowned. "I vaguely feel that our future doesn't lie here." Mo Tianji smiled. Chu Yang was shocked. He hadn't mentioned this before, but Mo Tianji had already felt it. Chu Yang took a deep look at Mo Tianji and said softly, "Yes, our future. It's not here." Mo Tianji's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Then, what about the traitor?" Chu Yang asked. "It won't be too late to deal with the traitor after we've dealt with the Yang clan." Mo Tianji smiled and said, "She can be used by the enemy. If we manage it well, she can be used by us. A traitor is a treasure." "A traitor is a treasure?" Chu Yang grinned. "Finding out the traitor is just a last resort. The best way is, we know she's a traitor, but we treat her as our confidant. In this way, as long as we use the right strategy, we can get things we couldn't get before." A traitor is just a tool of the big clans. If the big clans can use her, we can use her too. The key is how we use her. I like using traitors the most, especially the enemy's traitor. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. Emotionji gently smiled. He extended his hand and slowly clenched his fist. His eyes flashed coldly and he said, "For example, the enemy's life." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "That makes sense, but it doesn't feel good. It's full of obscenity. Get lost." Emo Tianji was furious. He pointed and said, "Get out." Chu Yang glared at him unhappily. Then, he swaggered off. Behind him, Emo Tianji smiled. Outside, Emo Qingwu's voice came. "Brother Chu Yang, come here." Emo Tianji's face darkened immediately. He watched as Chu Yang disappeared with a whoosh. Emo Tianji cursed angrily. "Beast." Then, he looked up and sighed. He muttered, "Looks like I won't be able to escape from this beast's clutches sooner or later." He was at a loss. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang asked and pulled the little girl into his arms. Emo Qingwu didn't care at all. She leaned into his arms and said, "Brother Chu Yang, what's wrong with little Snow?" "What's wrong?" Chu Yang just remembered that after meeting Emo Qingwu, he hadn't seen the wind fox. "Didn't you give me a lot of spirit beast cores last time?" Then, after coming back, the Moon Breeze elders knew that I was useful and gave me a lot too. Emo Qingwu said anxiously, "I didn't pay much attention to it and just left it in the room. Later, when I remembered and went to take a look, I realized that so many cores were gone." "How many?" Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. "There's 200? Emo Qingwu's black eyes swiveled around with uncertainty. "The lowest is a 5th grade one, and there are a few 7th grade ones. The Moon Breeze couple gave me a few 10th grade ones, 2 11th grade ones, and 1 12th grade one. I don't have any more." Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched for a while. "They've all been eaten by the little wind fox?" Emo Qingwu said tearfully, "It should be." As she spoke, she took out a white thing from her pocket. It was the wind fox. The little guy hugged its head with its 4 paws and slept soundly. It didn't move at all. Chu Yang suddenly realized that the wind fox already had 5 tails now, and a small part of the 6th tail had also grown out. It was like a rabbit's tail, sticking out of its butt. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched again. This little guy, by the looks of it, should be sleeping to digest the medicinal effects. And it had already digested a lot. By the looks of it, the improvement this time was really not small. Once it woke up, it would probably be a very terrifying existence. After all, it had eaten a lot this time. Chu Yang was a little annoyed. Wasn't this guy too gluttonous? Wasn't it afraid of getting a stomachache? None of the past generations of wind foxes had been able to surpass the 11th grade. But this one in front of him had long passed the 12th grade and was now advancing. Could it be that this guy could actually reach the level of being strong and surpassing its ancestors? Create a historical precedent. Read more for the first time. G. Requesting monthly votes. I'll continue to write the second update. Can I get monthly tickets? RQ. Chapter 1394. Chu Yang scratched his head. Smart Kids Remember Network Super Fast Hands update he couldn't understand. If eating the inner cores of spirit beasts could help one advance so easily, then wouldn't other spirit beasts know? Based on this wind fox seemed to be a little different. But Chu Yang didn't know that since ancient times, how many spirit beasts could bathe in the primordial violet vapor. But when Chu Yang was in Tianji City, he also injected some into the wind fox's body. To the wind fox, this was simply a heaven-defying thing. He was only thinking that Chu Luer took out 7 or 8 11th and 12th grade spirit beast inner cores from the Yi clan, and they were all with him now. Chu Yang originally wanted to give them to the wind fox, but now it seemed that it was better to wait until this thing woke up. If this thing exploded, wouldn't Emo Qingwu cry to death? This was her precious treasure. But as he thought of this, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind. This thought flashed through his mind. Chu Yang was suddenly stunned and hurriedly caught it. After a long time, he finally remembered. Chu Yang couldn't help but touch his chin and laugh. Looking at the wind fox in Emo Qingwu's hand, he was deep in thought. Chu Yang suddenly thought that Imo Qingwu was ultimately an important part of him. Whether it was in the heavens or in the heavens in the future, she was indispensable. He couldn't be by her side all the time, but the Wind Fox could. Although the Wind Fox was powerful now, it might not be much when it came to the heavens. But if he started to increase the supply of inner cores now, would he be able to cultivate a unique divine beast in the heavens? If that was the case, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a super bodyguard by Imo Qingwu's side all the time? If it reached a certain stage, in that case, all of his worries would be gone. Chu Yang touched his chin and looked at this palm-sized thing. This was the first time he had spent so much effort on this thing. If he were to make such a plan, then from now on, he would have to collect a large number of spirit beast inner cores, the more the better. The higher the grade, the better. He would raise the strength of this little thing at all costs. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he secretly made up his mind. Brother Chu Yang, you mean Little Snow? Could it have eaten too much? Imo Qingwu said worriedly, nothing will happen, right? These few days, I've been so scared. What if Little Snow's stomach suddenly bloats and then explodes? I. Chu Yang was speechless. The little girl's imagination was really rich. It's okay. Chu Yang comforted him. Little Snow is breaking through. When she wakes up, her strength will increase greatly. Imo Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she patted her small chest. She looked at Chu Yang with her watery eyes and said, that's good. Also, Chu Yang, that saber you gave me, I only found out that day. It's really powerful. Seeing that Imo Qingwu had finally relaxed, Chu Yang's heart also inexplicably relaxed. However, when the little girl patted her chest actually heaved up and down. Chu Yang's eyes immediately widened. All of a sudden, her mind was filled with thoughts that were not suitable for children. Imo Qingwu snorted. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips lightly. She squinted her eyes and looked at Chu Yang like a little fox. She actually said in a sweet voice, what are you looking at? With that said, she took a step forward and exhaled a warm and sweet breath from her little mouth onto Chu Yang's face. Then, she stuck out her small chest. He was very arrogant. In that instant, Chu Yang almost turned into a wolf. He couldn't wait to howl at the sky. Oh my God, please spare me. She's so young. But I can't eat her. Isn't this going to suffocate me to death? Chu Yang dared to guarantee that if he made any movements now, Imo Tianji would definitely rush in immediately. At that time, he would really be like a mutton that couldn't eat mutton and would have a body full of mutton odor. But this little girl is seducing me. Where did she learn this from? Chu Yang resisted the urge to have a nosebleed. Suddenly, he thought of this problem. He grabbed Imo Qingwu's hand and asked somewhat angrily, little girl, where did you learn this from? Imo Qingwu's face immediately lit up like the morning sun. She lowered her head and didn't speak. Tell me the truth. Chu Yang asked. It's from the dream, idiot. Imo Qingwu's little face was as red as an apple. Her fingers pinched Chu Yang's waist very familiarly. She said somewhat breathlessly, bad guy, in the dream. Every time you play tricks on me. Chu Yang groaned and covered his face with both hands. Oh my God. Imo Qingwu even dreamed of those things? This is really. Imo Tianji, who was separated by a wall, also covered his face. At this moment, military advisor Imo was extremely angry. He hated it. His little sister at such a young age actually had erotic dreams for a man. What did this beast Chu Yang do in the past year when he wasn't by his little sister's side? Chu Yang was speechless for a long time. His eyes were spitting fire as he said, little girl, don't seduce me anymore, or else what do you dare to do? Imo Qingwu had a victorious look. She raised her head high and looked at Chu Yang. Instead, she took a step forward. Her little chest was even higher. She said provocatively, my second brother is here. What do you dare to do? On the other side, Imo Tianji's face was full of tears. I finally know that I still have such an important position. Although my second brother can't beat you. Imo Qingwu turned a little dejected. Second brother is really useless. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He gently pinched her nose. Little devil, you're so mischievous. Imo Qingwu's face turned red. Looking at Chu Yang's face that was close at hand, She seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned even redder. At this moment, her eyes were hazy, and her shyness that seemed to want to look but didn't dare to look was undoubtedly revealed. At this moment, under the candlelight, Imo Chingwu, who was dressed in red, was hesitant to speak. Her jerky but bold action was simply a charming little fairy. Her eyes turned, and there was an inexplicable sense of seduction in them. Chu Yang looked at her and only felt his spirit waver. He was instantly lost in this deep affection. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in anymore. He hugged the little girl's slender waist. He pulled her into his arms forcefully. At the same time that the warm and fragrant jade was in his arms, he kissed her. Imo Chingwu was bashful. Suddenly, her vision darkened. Then, she felt a face pressing down on her. She couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Then, her lips were sucked over. So it was Big Brother Chu Yang kissing her. Imo Chingwu panicked. She suddenly felt a burst of joy. She instinctively reached out to push him away. But just as she reached out, she was worried. What if Big Brother Chu Yang got angry? Before she could make a decision, a feeling that she had never felt before suddenly attacked her whole body. She felt her whole body go soft. She seemed to feel that there was a flexible tongue suddenly entering her mouth. Imo Chingwu's brain exploded. She felt as if her whole body was floating in the clouds. She was dizzy and didn't know what to do. She only felt that her body was floating up, floating and floating. That flexible tongue stirred in her mouth. Then, Imo Chingwu found that her lilac tongue was attracted. At the moment when the tips of their tongues touched, Imo Chingwu felt as if her soul was floating. She closed her eyes involuntarily. She instinctively tiptoed and welcomed Chu Yang. It was as if she wanted to crush her body in Chu Yang's arms to welcome Chu Yang's love. Chu Yang kissed the beauty in his arms carefully and gently. He felt as if he was completely lost. It was as if at this moment, he suddenly returned to the purple bamboo forest in his previous life. Suddenly, a kind of sad love rushed into his heart. He murmured vaguely, "Chingwu, Chingwu." He hugged her tightly. His voice was full of sad and desperate love. It was as if he used all of his heart, all of his feelings, all of his life, to call out this name. A silent melody seemed to rise in Chu Yang's heart. It was endless and indistinct. It was as if someone was singing softly, and someone was dancing with the wind. "You and I once met, thousands of rivers and mountains in the purple bamboo forest. I was down in the world, and your dance could topple cities. The bloody Jianghu road blocked your tenderness. How much love and hate, how much of the past. It was all in my heart, as red as blood. The road of the heartless swordsman, to Jun Wuqing. When I regretted that day, you were already a pool of blood. Who knew that I hated the earth and the sky? I wanted to hold your hand, but you were in the netherworld. How much love could only go with the wind, could only be hurried. I met you again in this life. How could I miss your face again? How could I miss your tenderness again? The world has a lover, and this life is not alone. When two people are in love, thank the heavens. In this life, I can finally hold you in my arms again. In this life, I can finally hold you in my arms again. Don't ask for Jun Chingwu. Chingwu is also about love. Gently dance with the moon, dancing with the vast sea breeze in the sky. I will dance with you in the mortal world, and dance with you for life." Her voice was faint, and I don't know where it came from, and I don't know where it went. Chu Yang kissed Imo Chingwu. His heart was full of happiness, and it seemed like it was about to explode. In this land of happiness and satisfaction, tears rolled down his cheeks. Chu Yang had always been a strong person. In 2 lifetimes, the number of times he cried could be counted on one hand. There was almost nothing that could make him cry. However, only Imo Chingwu could easily hit the softest part of his heart, making him feel unbearably sad. Who would know that after missing out on a lifetime, he would carry that eternal regret, only to discover that he could start all over again and meet again and hold her in his arms again. That kind of feeling? Imo Tianji, who was next door, was about to rush over angrily, but then he heard Chu Yang's soft voice. That kind of soul-stirring and bone-deep love. Imo Tianji rushed out 2 steps and suddenly stopped silently. He sighed silently with a complicated expression. He looked at the silver-white moonlight outside the window and stopped moving. Big brother Chu Yang. Imo Qingwu's hot cherry lips suddenly came into contact with something cool. She couldn't help but open her eyes from her intoxicated state, only to find that it was Chu Yang's tears. "You're crying?" Chu Yang woke up from his endless dream and finally confirmed that Imo Qingwu was indeed in his arms. He couldn't help but smile emotionally. "Yes, these are tears that I owe you." Imo Qingwu licked her little tongue lightly, and her expression became complicated. She recalled the ecstasy of the dream, and the saltiness of her tears sliding down her lips and flowing into her mouth. She murmured, "Chu Yang, your tears are also salty. I've been writing this chapter for a long time. I want to complain, but I feel like I have nothing to say. I can only say this, it's very painful to write. G. Seeking monthly votes. RQ. Chapter 1395. Chu Yang hugged her and lowered his head slightly, pressing his forehead against Imo Qingwu's smooth forehead. He said softly, "In this world, whose tears aren't salty, the taste of sadness, bitterness, and despair, whether it's an emperor, a general, a commoner, a demon, or a saint, are all the same." Imo Qingwu listened in a daze. Suddenly, she reached out her small hand and gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corner of his eyes. She said seriously in a low voice, "Brother Chu Yang, I promise, you won't be sad in the future. Smart children remember the net. Super fast hands update the net." She pursed her lips and said as if she was swearing, "I will never make you sad, even in the next life." Chu Yang's heart shook. Looking at the little girl's serious expression, he wanted to say, "This sentence should have been said by me, but you beat me to it." But when the words reached his mouth, they turned into a gentle and satisfied sigh. He stared into Imo Qingwu's eyes and said wholeheartedly, "I believe you." Imo Qingwu smiled brightly and nestled in his arms. She said dreamily, "Brother Chu Yang, the feeling of being in your arms is really so blissful. It's as if I've been in your arms for all eternity. It's so familiar and intimate." The two leaned against the window and leaned against each other. For a long time, neither of them was willing to move or make a sound, for fear of disturbing the beautiful silence now. At this moment, Imo Qingwu gave herself to Chu Yang wholeheartedly, and Chu Yang also completely let down all his guard and completely relaxed. The only thing he could do was to enjoy this night with Imo Qingwu. Next door, Imo Tianji was already lying on the bed. He actually didn't practice martial arts tonight, nor did he plan anything. In fact, he had already fallen asleep. Faint snoring sounds could be heard. He seemed to have let go of the biggest burden in his heart. So, Imo Tianji also needed to completely relax for once. Imo Tianji, who was sleeping, had a happy and comfortable smile on his face. Unknowingly, the east was slightly bright. The night had actually passed. The morning wind blew over. Chu Yang and Imo Qingwu both felt a little cold. Imo Qingwu reluctantly raised her head from Chu Yang's arms and then took 2 steps back. Looking at the wrinkles on Chu Yang's black clothes that her face pressed against his chest, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and said regretfully, "It's dawn." Chu Yang also felt a little unsatisfied. "That's right, it's daybreak." Imo Qingwu giggled. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her small face turned red. She raised her head and quickly glanced at Chu Yang. Then, she suddenly lowered her head again. Even her neck was red. She stammered for a long time before she said in a low voice, "Big brother Chu Yang." You what?" Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. I. Imo Qingwu tilted her head. Her face turned red, but she still bravely said, "I like it. You kissed me." Chu Yang smiled dotingly and rubbed her hair. She whispered, "Brother Chu Yang also likes to kiss you." Imo Qingwu's black and white eyes rolled. "Then, when there's no one around, we'll kiss again." Chu Yang said excitedly, "Okay." His stomach groaned as he thought. She was always teasing him, yet he couldn't eat her. It seemed like he was going to suffer in the future. Did you know that when that kind of impulse comes up and you can't find a way to vent it, a certain place will hurt a lot? However, although he was a little beastly today, but little Wu's first kiss was Chu Yang licked his lips and suddenly revealed a lascivious smile. It was very sweet. Minister Chu had endless aftertastes. Imo Qingwu obviously didn't have such concerns. The little girl was already giggling. She turned around and walked away. With her hands behind her back, she skipped a few steps in the room and said, "And this saber you gave me, I really like it. It's nice and sharp, huh?" He frowned. "It's just that killing people is too disgusting." Then he smiled in relief. Fortunately, the saber doesn't get stained with blood. Otherwise, it's really... Speaking of dreaming of a Qingwu saber, Chu Yang suddenly remembered. It seemed that now was the time to strengthen the weapons of his brothers again. At present, he really had a lot of heavenly treasures in his hands, and he even had gold essence and jade. After this upgrade, the weapons of his brothers would definitely be a level higher. He couldn't let those heavenly treasures rot in the tribulation space, right? Looking at Imo Qingwu's dreaming of a Qingwu saber, Chu Yang smiled. "Little Wu, give me your saber." Chu Yang took out the gold essence and jade and put them together with some other materials. He was about to get to work. The great battle was imminent. If the weapons could be upgraded to a level higher, it would be extremely beneficial to the brothers. In fact, Chu Yang was even thinking of using the souls of purple crystal and various heavenly treasures, as well as Shui Lei Han's fine wine, to upgrade the strength of his brothers again during this period of time. Only then would he feel more at ease about this trip to Aspen Valley. "Little Wu, go and call your second brother, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing and the others over. Tell them that I want to reforge everyone's weapons." Imo Qingwu agreed and walked out briskly. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit who had been in seclusion all this time suddenly spoke. "Lord Sword Master," the sword spirit said, "I've been thinking about that strange spring water." Chu Yang was startled. He asked, "What spring water?" "Oh, the spring water from the mines in Aspen Valley? The one that confuses people?" The sword spirit said, "That's right. Ever since old Master Yang mentioned this, I've been thinking about it. Now, I finally have some clues." The sword spirit's voice was rather low. "If I'm not wrong, it should be where the evil illusionary jade crystal comes from. Wherever the evil illusionary jade crystal is, it will definitely give birth to a spring called Evil Spirit Illusionary Spring. Some people also call it Evil Spirit Illusionary Water. The water that the Yang clan drank should be the outermost spring water that seeped out after being diluted countless times." Chu Yang perked up. "What do you mean? The evil illusionary jade crystal from the Great Elixir Land?" Chu Yang was rather excited. If he could get the evil illusionary jade crystal, then wouldn't he have more than half of the Great Elixir Land? At present, he already had mysterious ice jade ointment, mysterious yang jade essence, heavenly poison jade crystal, mysterious jade spirit ginseng, wind and thunder heavenly heart, and heavenly jade ointment. If he added the evil illusionary jade crystal, Chu Yang's saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Almost all of them. Only the ethereal heavenly crystal and mysterious heaven divine essence left? The Great Elixir Land has all kinds of effects. It's not necessarily to save people or help them. Instead, it has its own effects. And the evil illusionary jade crystal is the most special one, because the evil illusionary jade crystal can save people as well as harm them. For those who have lost their minds, are split, or are dispirited, the evil illusionary jade crystal can heal them and also make them worse. And the evil spirit illusionary water also has such an effect. However, it's still a little inferior to the evil illusionary jade crystal. As for the other Great Elixir Land's strange effects, I don't know about them. Now, the people of the Yang clan have lost their minds after drinking that water. As far as I know, in this world, other than the evil spirit illusionary water, there's no other type of water that has such an effect. Chu Yang nodded. He expressed his understanding. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He said, "That's not right." The sword spirit said, "What's not right?" Chu Yang frowned. He thought for a while. He said, "This is the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity, and also where the seventh fragment of the tribulation sword is." "But," the sword spirit said, "Of course." Chu Yang said, "I remember you once said that when we were in Great Zhao, The seventh fragment of the Tribulation Sword will be accompanied by the appearance of the Heavenly Crystal Spirit Spring. And this Heavenly Crystal Spirit Spring is 100 times stronger than the Vitality Spring Water. But now, if what you said is true, then this is the Evil Spirit Illusionary Spring. It's thousands of miles away from the Heavenly Crystal Spirit Spring. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. So, does this mean that there's no Tribulation Sword here? Or, what you said back then was simply wrong? Chu Yang frowned. The sword spirit smiled faintly. Your memory is really good. Back then, I just said it casually and you remembered it completely. He paused and said, "This is the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity. As the name suggests, both dragons and phoenixes are here. And dragons and phoenixes are two groups of ancient rulers. Although they don't interfere with each other's business, they look down on each other. They can't be said to be mortal enemies, but they never get along. So, dragons and phoenixes will never live together at any time. This is the reason. Dragons and phoenixes are the mascots of the common people on the continent. Even the emperor calls himself a dragon, and the emperor must wear a dragon robe. This is the reason. But there's a big mistake in this, and that is the pairing of dragons and phoenixes. Generally speaking, the emperor wears a dragon robe, and the empress wears a phoenix robe. It's a big mistake to think that they are a pair. There are also people who say that dragons and phoenixes symbolize the harmony between husband and wife. This is even more nonsense. Dragons and phoenixes are completely unrelated, said the sword spirit. Chu Yang humbly accepted the advice and said, I understand, but he was puzzled. The sword spirit's reaction to the matter of dragons and phoenixes being equally famous was clearly too intense. Why was this? He was just a sword spirit. Why was he so? Chu Yang couldn't describe what he was feeling. It seemed to be indignation. Indignation? The sword spirit took a breath and said, also, dragons are actually not so upright. As the ancient saying goes, evil dragons and phoenixes. Dragons are lustful by nature and have a seductive nature. Chasing after beauty is the favorite of dragons, and they don't reject anyone. The extent of their lust is outrageous. So, this evil spirit illusory spring corresponds to the dragon race in the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity. Also, dragons are naturally stingy. Every dragon is a standard money grubber. Also, dragons are narrow-minded and short-sighted. They are arrogant and think too highly of themselves. In my opinion, dragons are really the most detestable race. Phoenixes are different. Phoenixes are naturally upright and loyal. They have always been the most beautiful symbol. They are pure and noble, have a big heart, and have always been responsible for saving the world and benefiting the people. They are benevolent and righteous, and have noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chu Yang looked at the sword spirit with black lines all over his head. This guy, after infinitely belittling the dragon race, actually raised the phoenix race infinitely. He trampled the dragon race into hell, but raised the phoenix race into heaven with one hand. Today's update. I will continue to write and strive for a stockpile of chapters. Brothers, you are really cruel. 1,000 people voted, and more than 100 votes didn't let me rest. Boo-hoo, this is a good comparison. In an office building, everyone won a play during the new year. Some danced Yanko, some set off firecrackers, and I was the only one working overtime upstairs. Then, there was a joyous atmosphere all around. Writing in this kind of situation is torture, don't you know? Chapter 1396. The sword spirit wasn't stingy with his praises for the phoenix. He went on and on for half an hour, but he wasn't done yet. All in all, the phoenix's nobility, benevolence, forgiveness, and righteousness caused it to be at odds with the dragon race. Therefore, in order to restrain the evil of the dragon race, there will naturally be a sky crystal spirit spring that can purify the world and eliminate hallucination poison. The sword spirit heaved a huge sigh of relief. Therefore, if there are evil illusionary jade crystals and evil spirit illusory springs in the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity place, then there must also be misty heaven crystals and sky crystal spirit springs. Therefore, This time, if you can get the 7th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, you will be able to take 2 of the great elixirs for yourself. Chu Yang felt dizzy for a moment. He was even more certain that the sword spirit was definitely related to the dragon and phoenix races. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated. At the same time, Chu Yang felt as if he had been hit by a huge pie that fell from the sky. This huge surprise made him dizzy for a moment. Smart kids remember network, super fast hands, 2 pieces of great elixirs at once, and 2 big exotic spring waters, and the Tribulation Sword, and the remains of the dragon and phoenix. If this wasn't a pie that fell from the sky, what was? Of course, this pie would only be his if he ate it. If the Sky Crystal Spirit Spring is combined with the Spiritual Spring Water now, it will become the Holy Spirit Spring Water, which is 1 step higher than the Spiritual Spring Water. With this buffer, when you want to get the Spirit Seed and catalyze the Spring of Life, the quality of the Spring of Life can reach the most perfect level in an instant, or even exceed it. The Sword Spirit said, "When that time comes, you will have a unique treasure in your hands." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In that case, this place of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity is actually so good. The Sword Spirit said, "This is the real place of dragon and phoenix, but it's not bringing prosperity." Instead, when the world was destroyed, the leaders of the dragon and phoenix races had no choice but to join forces. When they fought against that mighty figure who could fold the heavens, they failed here. That's why there's such a strange phenomenon. The Sword Spirit said, "Dying together with a dragon is really something a phoenix can't tolerate the most." Chu Yang was speechless. Evil dragon. Dying together with a phoenix is simply tarnishing the phoenix. The Sword Spirit said hatefully, "Oh, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered it." The Sword Spirit said, "Speaking of evil, look at your brother Tribulation. Ao Xieyun is a dragon. One could tell from his name that he was no good. There was a word evil in his name, but Rue Badong was different. How humble was it to directly say that he didn't know anything about it? Modesty is the greatest virtue." Chu Yang wanted to faint. This could be explained in this way? He didn't come up with this name himself, right? Besides, after interacting with him for so long, why can't I see the slightest bit of modesty in Rue Batong? I only saw this guy being arrogant and domineering. Moreover, although Ao Xieyun's name had the word evil in it, he wasn't evil at all, other than being a little stingy. But this kind of stinginess was relative to his own brothers. However, he was definitely not stingy. The Sword Spirit's words were obviously biased. Mo Tianji and the others had already arrived while Chu Yang was talking with the Sword Spirit. In their eyes, Chu Yang had lowered his head. It seemed as if he had sunk into a state of deep contemplation for a long time. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. They all quietly waited at the side. "What is boss doing?" GMO muttered in a low voice. He should be thinking about something. Rue Batong was full of himself. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on him. Right now, Rue Batong was full of smugness. Originally, he was among the brothers. He was the one at the bottom. Now, he had become the one with the highest cultivation. Even Gu Duxing's cultivation wasn't as high as his. How could this not make Rue Batong ecstatic? If Chu Yang hadn't gathered everyone here for something, Rue Batong would have challenged him long ago. In fact, he had even thought of a slogan. "Second brother Gu, come, let me teach you a lesson. I'll beat you into second brother soft." Ao Xieyun said, "Are you thinking about something else? Is boss feeling melancholy?" Rue Batong smiled. "Boss is thinking, why is Xie Danqiong a rabbit? Why isn't Ao Xieyun a rabbit?" Ever since this guy learned about the situation back then, he couldn't stop talking about it. He had practically become a warmonger. Along the way, he had already fought with Xie Danqiong several times. This time, it was even worse. He even brought Ao Xieyun into the picture. And for some reason, once he said this to belittle Ao Xieyun, Rue Batong suddenly felt very good. He had a feeling of a surf singing a song. It was as if the clouds had been pushed aside to see the blue sky. It was too good. That was the kind of extreme pleasure that came from the soul to the spirit and then back to the body. With such thoughts in mind, Rue Batong added, "Maybe Ao Xieyun has long been a rabbit. Back then, He was together with Ming Luo for such a long time. Everyone knows that Ming Luo is a pervert. Maybe Ao Xieyun has long been. Ao Xieyun was pissed. He exploded at once. He rushed up at once. Rui Budong was waiting for this moment. He shouted, "Watch me beat the rabbit up." With a somersault, they were instantly engaged in a fierce fight. Ao Xieyun was only a third-grade beginner supreme martial artist now, while Rui Budong was already a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. Under the suppression of absolute strength, Ao Xieyun was beaten to the ground in just a moment. By the time Chu Yang opened his eyes, Ao Xie had already turned into a pig's head. When Chu Yang opened his eyes, he realized that there was a huge commotion around him. When he turned to look, he couldn't help but believe the sword spirit's words a little more. Wasn't this right beside him, and a dragon and a phoenix were fighting like a litter of pigs? Fact spoke louder than words. But this was only the sword spirit side of the story, and it was very biased. He would have to see the land of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity before making any plans. Ao Xieyun limped forward and hugged Chu Yang. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Boss, you have to help me. I also want to become a fifth-grade supreme martial artist." Chu Yang was stupefied. He almost burst into tears. "Xieyun, it's not just you. I also want to become a fifth-grade supreme martial artist." "Ha." The few of them laughed. "Stop fooling around. Take out your weapons and tell me what you want." Chu Yang said seriously, "The battle is imminent. Let's settle the hardware first." The first was, of course, Gu Duxing. With a flip of his hand, the black dragon sword appeared in his hand. "Boss, I don't need it to be sharper. I just need it to be tougher, so that my black dragon won't get hurt easily. There's no need to change its length, width, or thickness. It's okay to make the sword a little heavier, preferably 23 to 24 kilograms." Chu Yang focused his eyes on the black dragon sword. He saw that the sword was shining all over, and a sense of joy and gratitude seemed to be faintly spreading. Gu Duxing's first request wasn't to kill the enemy. It was to take care of his sword. This made the black dragon sword, which had already begun to develop a spiritual nature, react naturally. A sense of relief and joy, the kind of feeling of a gentleman dying for a bosom friend, filled it at once. Gu Duxing himself didn't expect that his first request would make his divine weapon completely integrate with himself. Gu Duxing couldn't sense it, but Chu Yang's and the sword spirit's combined divine senses could sense it completely. The sword spirit sighed. Another true godly weapon has appeared in the world today. As a sword spirit, he naturally knew what the fluctuations of the black dragon sword represented. If a sword had a spirit, it would have a heart. If a heart, it would have a soul. If it had a soul, it would need to belong and attach itself to it. And the black dragon sword, an ancient divine weapon that had gone through who knows how many generations of masters, finally and completely recognized Gu Duxing at this moment. From this moment on, in the whole world, only Gu Duxing could use the black dragon sword. To put it inauspiciously, if Gu Duxing died one day, then this black dragon sword would also explode at the same time. This was a real spiritual sword. The second was GMO. I also want to strengthen my sword. It's best that the weight doesn't change. If it can be dozens of times sharper, of course, it's best. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Put down the sword. Get lost and wait at the side." GMO didn't care about his impoliteness at all. He put down the sword and excitedly went to the side, sighing. "Alba hasn't abused me for a long time. He actually missed the abuse very much." All the brothers were speechless. Dong Wushang stepped forward. "My dark saber has been a little light recently. It's better to be heavier and stronger." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. The others also had a look of disbelief on their faces. 570 kilograms. You still think it's light? How heavy do you want it to be? Asked Chu Yang. 1,500 kilograms should be the most suitable. Of course, if it's an 8th grade supreme martial artist, if it's only this size, 1,500 kilograms, that would be the best, said Dong Wushang proudly. All the brothers were shocked. 1,500 kilograms. This guy really dared to say such things. Chu Yang agreed very readily. Okay, the original shape is the same. 1,500 kilograms, I'll do it for you. Dong Wushang was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Next, Luo Kidi also requested a sword. Ao Sheyan also asked for a sword. Rue Budong, on the other hand, requested, I don't need an increase in quality. I still want the original short sword with some flaws. Give me another 1,000 kilograms, that's fine too. Ao Sheyun said fiercely, what do you want so many for? Are you going to stick them in your butt like a phoenix's tail? Chu Yang and the others laughed. Ao Sheyun's words were really a stroke of genius. Xie Danqiong naturally still wanted to make viburnum flowers. Furthermore, the Duke of Viburnum Flowers raised a request. Can you make me different colors, different weights, like that, 8 or 10 sets? Chu Yang agreed readily. Mo Tianji said, Danqiong's viburnum flowers are best used when people are least expecting them. I suggest that you get a sword to fool people. Also, the sword can't be too inferior. Xie Danqiong felt that it made sense. He kept praising Mo Tianji, saying that he was indeed a sly man of his generation. He was indeed vicious. Finally, it was naturally Mo Tianji. I want to refine the fan. It would be best if you could give me a good purple jade flute that can be used as a weapon. I also want a sword. The sharper the better, and it must be light. It would be best if it's not even 50 grams. Lastly, I also want 2 hidden swords, 2 blades for the bottom of the boots, a soft sword for the waist, a rebounding blade for the back, and 2 triggering swords for the chest. The series of requests made all the brothers admire him so much that they wanted to prostrate themselves in admiration. Sly people are indeed sly people. I can't compare. Recommended a new book, Bandits Rule the World, a Xinxia novel. Those who are interested can go and take a look. Chapter 1397. Chu Yang also clicked his tongue. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. These weapons that Mo Tianji wanted were all used for surprise attacks. When they were forced into a corner and attacked by the enemy, they could also automatically rebound to kill the enemy. It was obvious that Mo Tianji was preparing for the future. Chu Yang busied himself for an entire day to fulfill his brother's strange requests. It was finally completed in the end. The gold essence jade was used up, and the other few pieces of top-grade meteoric iron and strange ores were also almost used up. After calculating for a moment, he realized that he had used up a total of 70,000 kilograms of strange metal to completely refine the essence. This time, the Calamity Sword didn't participate in the absorption. It absorbed all the essence of the golden crystal iron into the weapon, other than Rue Budong's, which was made to ensure sharpness and rough craftsmanship. Everyone else did their best. Chu Yang was very confident that Gu Duxing's Black Dragon Sword, Dong Wushang's Dark Saber, Xie Danqiong's Viburnum Flower, Ao Sheyun's Dragon King Sword, Mo Tianji's Purple Jade Flute, and Mo Qingwu's Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber could become weapons with spirituality. As for Jimo's and Luo Kidi's swords, it would depend on how well they communicated with their weapons. If they didn't communicate with their weapons, even if they held a divine sword in their hands, it would still be cold metal. It wasn't that the material wasn't good enough. What was worth mentioning was Mo Tianji's Purple Jade Flute. Out of consideration for his uncle, Chu Yang made it completely of purple crystal jade essence, and even mixed in 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal. Mo Tianji loved the Purple Jade Flute so much that he couldn't put it down. He put it to his mouth and blew. The sound of metal and stone pierced through the air. Mo Tianji was overjoyed. GMO winked and came forward. Brother Ji, how does it feel to blow the flute? Mo Tianji was delighted. Without thinking, he said, Great, very great. GMO laughed. Then why don't you blow it for me? Mo Tianji's face turned pale. He was careless and fell for this little trick. Chu Yang and the others laughed. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. He said to Ao Sheyun, Sheyun, weren't you curious about where that extremely bright gem of yours went? Danqiong, do you know who was the one who scared your wife to tears at your husband's party? Du Xing, do you know who came up with such a bad idea to disturb the bridal chamber on your wedding night? No, I won't say anything else. GMO often laments, without Rue Butong by my side to take a beating. My hands always feel itchy. Little wolf, it's been hard on you to call him brother every day. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? All of us know. Who said so? Hee. Wu Shang, someone is very arrogant. He said that he had suppressed Dong Wu Shang and seized the position of third brother. It is said that he once said that even saber supremacy could only eat his fart behind him. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what you guys think about many things, but if it were me, Emotionji, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth in the rear courtyard fell apart. Everyone looked at GMO. It was as if they had seen an irreconcilable enemy. GMO's complexion turned yellow in an instant, and he almost started crying. Under the fierce gaze of this brother of his, GMO's legs went soft. Second brother Emo. Woo-woo. You don't have to be so vicious. He didn't finish speaking. He wanted to run away. Beat him up. It was unknown who shouted. Following that, his brothers swarmed over, and in a few moves, he was overthrown to the ground. Then, a series of pi pi pa pa pu tong sounds rang out. His voice was hurried, like the wind blowing and rain hitting the banana leaves. But it was a little rough. Emotionji leisurely fanned himself with his folding fan. We are all brothers. Don't hit him too hard. Moreover, beating him once would be too easy for him. Let's take it slow and steady. Let's come up with a few different tricks every day, so as to avoid making second Master G uncomfortable and letting third brother G take advantage of him. Presumably, he wouldn't be happy about this. GMO screamed at the top of his lungs. Second brother Emo. What kind of deep hatred do I have with you? I just said one wrong thing. Emotionji smiled in a carefree manner. After a long while, Emotionji fondly played with his new weapon. He was enjoying the sight of GMO getting beaten up. Meanwhile, Chu Yang was wholeheartedly modifying dreaming of a gentle dance saber for Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu sat next to Chu Yang with her hand on her cheek. She was completely focused. At first, she was still looking at the changes of the saber. Later, she was looking at Chu Yang's face. It had to be said that a serious man who was completely focused on doing something was extremely charming. At this moment, Chu Yang was exactly like this. The little girl blushed, but she still couldn't help but look. At first, she was secretly looking. Then, she blushed and lowered her head. Later, she looked openly. After a long time again, GMO was crying and snot. He stuck out his pig-like head and said, Brother Deng, I was wrong. Second brother Emo, I was wrong. I've changed. I'm really not human. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Emotionji studied his fan, his flute, and his sword seriously. He turned a deaf ear to GMO. He just didn't look at GMO. At night, Mo Qingwu's saber was finally completed. Moonbreeze also came over at Chu Yang's invitation to have dinner with Chu Yang and the others. Everyone was sitting at the banquet table. Only GMO was being ostracized. Wherever he sat, he would be attacked. So, he had no choice but to compromise and take a big bowl. Then, he picked some food with his chopsticks and carried it to one side to eat. Dong Wushang stretched out his hand and broke off a piece of the big bowl. GMO looked around pitifully. No one paid him any attention. Knowing that he had angered everyone, he swallowed his anger and squatted at the side to eat. Everyone was laughing in their hearts, but deliberately ignored him. They looked at each other from the corner of their eyes. He was like a beggar begging for food at the foot of the wall. A beggar who had just been beaten up. Rui Budong finally couldn't hold back and challenged Gu Duxing. In his mind, he should challenge Gu Duxing first, and then Big Brother Chu Yang. Although he would definitely be caught up or even surpassed by these guys in the end. Rui Budong wanted to leave behind a glorious memory now. His memory this time was extremely glorious. Gu Duxing had used the newly forged and strengthened Black Dragon Sword to pierce more than 300 holes in her clothes. More than 100 of them were bleeding. Even the belt of her pants had been cut. The Black Dragon Sword seemed to be alive as it circled around Rui Fenghuang's little brother. Cold sweat broke out on Rui Budong's forehead. His little face was sallow with fright. When Gu Duxing finally sheathed his sword, Rui Budong had already changed from a phoenix to a dragon, the Azure Dragon. If Gu Duxing was already like this, how would Rui Budong still dare to challenge Chu Yang? Rui Budong, who was scared out of his wits, went to change his clothes while trembling with fear. He kept thanking the heavens. It was all thanks to second brother Gu's good swordsmanship. Otherwise, if he had made a mistake, he would have become a sinner of the Phoenix clan. After the meal, Yu Lingxue was in high spirits. He exchanged blows with each of the Tribulation brothers. Then, it was 2 people in a group, 3 people in a group, and finally, all of them together. In the end, of course, they were all defeated. Supreme Martial Artist, Yu said excitedly. Not bad. You actually made me take 2 steps back. This sentence made the proud Lord Sword Master and all the brothers speechless and ashamed to the extreme. Mo Tianji was in charge of the battle tactics. Long after the fight, Rue Batong and Luo Kadi were still lying on the wall like dead dogs, not moving at all. These 2 guys were in charge of groping. In short, all the dirty tricks were done by the 2 of them. Therefore, it was a tragedy. In the second half of the night, amidst the laughter, Mo Tianji began to arrange the battle. Under Jimo's shameless request, bowing and begging, Mo Tianji showed mercy and allowed Gmo to be the first to go, allowing him to escape from the sea of bitterness. Before Jimo's cheers died down, Mo Tianji added another sentence. Gu Duxing and Gmo will go together and take care of each other. Jimo's face turned flat on the spot. Among all the brothers, he was not as afraid of Chu Yang as Gu Duxing. Chu Yang usually just said a few words, but Gu Duxing directly attacked. Back then, when Second Master Ji successfully joined the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he was beaten into it by Gu Duxing. Although Chu Yang had some doubts about this arrangement, he did not ask. Instead, he secretly transmitted a few words to Gu Duxing. He still remembered that Mo Tianji said last night to let Ao Sheyun and Rue Batong go first. Why did Mo Tianji change his mind today? Gu Duxing and Gmo set off very quickly. Only in the afternoon did Mo Tianji set off with Chu Yang and the others. They went out of the Chu clan's gate with great momentum. Yu Lingxue followed at the back, holding the line, invisible and formless. Why did you let Duxing and Gmo go first? On the way, Chu Yang found an opportunity. I originally wanted to let Ao Sheyun and Rue Batong go first, but after thinking about it, although they are from the Dragon and Phoenix races, it might not be a good thing for them to go, said Mo Tianji. Why? Chu Yang was confused. Wouldn't the Dragon and Phoenix races complement each other if they went to the land of dragons and phoenixes bringing prosperity? Why was it not a good thing? There are skeletons of dragons and phoenixes there, and their power should be complete. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. If Ao Sheyun and Rue Batong were to sense the force field there, I'm afraid it would harm them instead. Chu Yang immediately understood what Mo Tianji was worried about. The land of dragons and phoenixes over there might not have no connection with the dragon and phoenix races. If there was really no connection, Ao Sheyun and Rue Batong would have the same effect as the others. But if there was really a connection, Ao Sheyun and Rue Batong could sense it, but the enemy might also sense them. If that was really the case, it would be like sending sheep to the tiger's den. If we go this time, the traitor will realize that we are no longer in the Chu clan by this evening at the latest. Based on the invisible falcon's speed, the Shao clan should be able to get the news by tonight. Mo Tianji said in a low voice. What will they do when they get the news? I wish everyone a happy new year. After staying up all night, I finally finished writing. I'm going back to my hometown to celebrate the new year. I wish everyone a happy new year. G. RQ. Chapter 1398. Chu Yang pondered. If I were the Shao clan, I would beat them at their own game and set up an inescapable net in front of the dragon and phoenix claws in the mine. Of course, we also need to increase our vigilance outside. We need to use strict vigilance to numb the enemy and make them fall into a trap to kill them. Mo Tianji smiled. Yes. So, we need to slow down. Firstly, we need to give Duxing and Gmo time to investigate first. Secondly, we need to let the Shao clan set up the trap first. Then, we need to give them 1 day and 1 night to prepare. On the 3rd night, we need to create some commotion to let them know that we are already there and about to fall into the trap. Then, we can destroy the Shao clan's camp directly at the time when they guess that we are going to act. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Brilliant plan. Mo Tianji smiled sinisterly. This plan depends entirely on whether the traitor is responsible. Chu Yang laughed silently. Wei Clan hated him to the core. Not being responsible was the strangest thing. GMO and Gu Duxing continued forward. Along the way, GMO was extremely obedient after being disciplined by Gu Duxing. He did whatever he was told. Even so, he was still beaten up 8 times. Useless thing. You have embarrassed me. Second brother Gu said, I don't blame you for playing a prank on my wedding night. I also didn't beat you for others. I just beat you for being useless. Even Rue Budong is a 5th grade supreme martial artist. You are only 2nd grade. And only 2nd grade. Gu Duxing was furious. GMO lowered his head, his face full of shame. Gu Duxing had the right to say so. Because, even if Rue Budong was a 5th grade supreme martial artist and Gu Duxing was only a 3rd grade supreme martial artist, Gu Duxing still beat Rue Budong up in front of everyone. If it was GMO who went up, it would probably only take half a breath. Although Gu Duxing beat and scolded GMO, among the brothers, he was the closest to GMO. This continuous beating and scolding was also extremely exasperated. GMO forced a smile. Second brother. As you can see, I also feel that Little Wolf and I are still a little low among our brothers. He sighed deeply. When it comes to aptitude, the 2 of us are somewhat lacking. Now, Big Brother and Second Brother are Sword Supremes. Dong Wushang is Saber Supremacy. Mo Tianji is a Divine Strategist, and Rue Budong has the Phoenix Bloodline. Ao Xieyun has the bloodline of the Dragon Race. Although Xia Danqiang doesn't have any special bloodline, once that viburnum flower appears, even you and Dong Wushang have to be cautious. In fact, they might even have to retreat. Only the wolf cub and I are left. GMO was somewhat desolate. Our aptitudes aren't high. And we don't have any special bloodline either. Chapter 1398. Chu Yang pondered. If I were the Shao clan, I would beat them at their own game and set up an inescapable net in front of the dragon and phoenix claws in the mine. Of course, we also need to increase our vigilance outside. We need to use strict vigilance to numb the enemy and make them fall into a trap to kill them. Mo Tianji smiled. Yes. So, we need to slow down. Firstly, we need to give Duxing and GMO time to investigate first. Secondly, we need to let the Shao clan set up the trap first. Then, we need to give them 1 day and 1 night to prepare. On the 3rd night, we need to create some commotion to let them know that we are already there and about to fall into the trap. Then, we can destroy the Shao clan's camp directly at the time when they guess that we are going to act. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Brilliant plan. Mo Tianji smiled sinisterly. This plan depends entirely on whether the traitor is responsible. Chu Yang laughed silently. Wei Clan hated him to the core. Not being responsible was the strangest thing. GMO and Gu Duxing continued forward. Along the way, GMO was extremely obedient after being disciplined by Gu Duxing. He did whatever he was told. Even so, he was still beaten up 8 times. Useless thing. You have embarrassed me. Second brother Gu said, I don't blame you for playing a prank on my wedding night. I also didn't beat you for others. I just beat you for being useless. Even Rue Budong is a 5th grade supreme martial artist. You are only 2nd grade. And only 2nd grade. Gu Duxing was furious. GMO lowered his head, his face full of shame. Gu Duxing had the right to say so. Because, even if Rue Budong was a 5th grade supreme martial artist and Gu Duxing was only a 3rd grade supreme martial artist, Gu Duxing still beat Rue Budong up in front of everyone. If it was GMO who went up, it would probably only take half a breath. Although Gu Duxing beat and scolded GMO, among the brothers, he was the closest to GMO. This continuous beating and scolding was also extremely exasperated. GMO forced a smile. Second brother. As you can see, I also feel that Little Wolf and I are still a little low among our brothers. He sighed deeply. When it comes to aptitude, the 2 of us are somewhat lacking. Now, Big Brother and Second Brother are Sword Supremes. Dong Wushang is Saber Supremacy. Mo Tianji is a Divine Strategist, and Rue Budong has the Phoenix Bloodline. Ao Xieyun has the bloodline of the Dragon Race. Although Xia Danqiang doesn't have any special bloodline, once that viburnum flower appears, even you and Dong Wushang have to be cautious. In fact, They might even have to retreat. Only the wolf cub and I are left. GMO was somewhat desolate. Our aptitudes aren't high. And we don't have any special bloodline either. Gu Duxing stood in front of him with a cold face and black clothes, watching him cry, not moving at all. After a long time, Jimo's crying gradually quieted down. Are you done crying? Gu Duxing asked coldly. GMO wiped his tears. Sobbing, he said, I don't want to cry. You also know how to embarrass yourself? Gu Duxing sneered. Damn it, why don't you try? GMO was furious. Gu Duxing snorted and slowly said, When we left, Big Brother whispered a few words in my ear. He wanted me to pass it on to you. What did he say? GMO panicked. Boss said, As long as you cry, I'll tell you. Like now, you're indeed crying. Gu Duxing's cold and stiff lips revealed a hint of a smile. Useless thing. GMO's breathing quickened. Tell me quickly, what did Boss say? Boss said, As long as you can get through it, overcome your inner demons, and continue to improve, then you should know that when you truly transform into a strong person, there's a supreme grade boundary between immortal and mortal. Gu Duxing grinned. Do you know what the boundary between immortal and mortal is? GMO's whole body trembled. Even his lips were trembling. When crossing that boundary, everyone has a chance to change themselves. Gu Duxing smiled. We can't change anymore, but you and Little Wolf can. Only the two of you can. Because you have the template, but we don't. But to grasp that opportunity, you must know in advance and be mentally prepared. Moreover, you must withstand all the pressure. Where can you go? If you can't, then no one can help you. GMO's whole body trembled like a sieve. Really? Absolutely true. Gu Duxing laughed mischievously. Have you ever heard Big Brother tell a lie? No. GMO said affirmatively. Then, his face flushed red with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly. I will definitely surpass the boundary between immortal and mortal. Then, he said discontentedly, Second Brother Gu, you're so mean. You're so mean. How could you hide such good news from me the whole way? Gu Duxing raised his eyebrows. Boss asked me to do so. Why don't you go back and settle the score with him? GMO's whole body relaxed. He only felt that his life was full of hope, and he chuckled. He laughed and said, Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Duxing laughed. The supreme grade boundary between immortal and mortal naturally didn't have this kind of bone structure transformation. But Chu Yang had made up his mind to let GMO and Luo Kadi complete the bone structure transformation at that time. Otherwise, these two brothers of his would be crushed by the excellence of their brothers sooner or later. In this section, Chu Yang saw it clearly. Mo Tianji understood in his heart. GMO and Luo Kadi also knew in their hearts. Therefore, Chu Yang had already made thorough preparations. And even Gu Duxing didn't know about this matter that Chu Yang mentioned. And Chu Yang also didn't intend to let anyone know. Even after the transformation, he didn't intend to let them know. He only wanted to let GMO and Luo Kadi know that this was the result of their own efforts. Gu Duxing smiled and said, I'm only responsible for telling you. As for your fellow sufferer Luo Kadi, I'll leave it to you. GMO was so excited that he did a somersault. He gritted his teeth. I'll definitely make that guy feel like he's in heaven. He even cried today. Damn it. He wants to know without crying or making a fuss. Dream on. Wahahaha. GMO was serious. Flashing with excitement and malice, it was obvious that he was already looking forward to how to deal with Luo Kadi. Gu Duxing let out a long sigh of relief. Aspen Valley. As the name implied, there was a stretch of aspen trees that rose into the sky. On average, they were so thick that it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around them. They were like giants standing in the entire valley. Within hundreds of miles, there wasn't a single other tree. On the opposite side, there were dense parasol trees. They were also tall and straight. The diameter of each tree was even thicker than the aspen trees. On the parasol trees, there were blackbirds' nests formed by natural trees. According to an ancient legend, planting a parasol tree would attract phoenixes. And the birds' nests that appeared on the parasol trees were called phoenix nests. Everyone should be familiar with this legend. Right now, Gu Duxing and GMO were quietly lying in a huge phoenix nest. From their position, there was a huge mine 5 miles away. At this moment, there were people going in and out, and the legendary land of dragons and phoenixes was here. Do you feel anything? GMO whispered telepathically. No. Gu Duxing said indifferently. I only feel that there are many experts here. The security is tight, and there's a kind of obscure energy, as if it's being provoked. If I'm not wrong, it should be the power of dragons and phoenixes. From this point of view, the corpses of dragons and phoenixes should still be here. GMO took a breath. I want to go down and take a look. No. Gu Duxing was shocked. It's too risky. There are so many experts here. If I go down, I'll only be courting death. Don't be rash. GMO turned around and said seriously, it's precisely because of this that I want to go down. I keep feeling that this is a huge trap. And it's a trap specially set up for us brothers. We came first. If we don't find out clearly, when the brothers come, they'll probably be at a disadvantage. Gu Duxing pondered for a while and said, in that case, I'll go down. You wait here. It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're better at fighting than me. But when it comes to this, you're right behind me. Even if I fart, you won't be able to smell it, GMO said disdainfully. Besides, if I get caught, no matter what you do outside, you'll be faster than me. It'll be more convenient. If you get caught, then I might really be at my wit's end. Gu Duxing thought silently for a while. Finally, he said slowly, be careful. GMO raised his eyebrows. Nonsense. I'm still waiting for the boundary between immortal and mortal. Then, he leaned over and whispered something in Gu Duxing's ear. Gu Duxing's eyes widened. This works too? GMO was full of confidence. Don't worry, I'm possessed by Mo Tianji right now. This plan is absolutely flawless. Gu Duxing was speechless. I saw everyone's New Year's greetings. Thank you. I wish you all happiness. I rushed back to edit it and then rushed back immediately. Tomorrow's update will be at 17 p.m. Chapter 1399. Under Gu Duxing's gaze, GMO put down his sword. His first action was to touch his own buttocks. He looked like he was about to vomit, but he did not put on any makeup. His face was still swollen, and now his eyes were swollen from crying. He pulled his hair, making it look like a chicken's nest. Smart kids remember Network's super fast hands. Then the two of them went down the tree like a wisp of smoke. Then they took a detour and went in the opposite direction, escaping more than 100 miles away. Then they rushed over in a panic, as if they did not know where to go. Along the way, strong winds blew, and the entire sky above Aspen Valley was like a hurricane. The Shao clan experts in the valley were instantly alerted, and they all looked up. And at this time, GMO roared, and with a bang, a mountain of dirt was lifted up. He roared, I'll fight it out with you. Today, either you die, or I die. Gu Duxing shouted, hand over that thing. I'll leave your corpse intact. GMO laughed bitterly, and his desolate and sorrowful aura filled the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a mountain suddenly flipped over in a faraway place. In an instant, the whole earth was shaking, like a tsunami. GMO immediately leaped up, and then he hit his own chest with his palm. With a scream, he used his original voice to roar, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. He spat out a mouthful of blood, spasmed in midair, and fell down in the direction of the mine like a kite with a broken string. The dust behind him had already covered the sky, and he could not even see his own fingers. It was as if countless ancient gods and demons were chasing after him. Many of the Shao clan experts jumped up and looked into the distance. However, the sky was covered in dust and smoke. How could they see anything? The only thing that could be seen was a figure that seemed to have lost the ability to control himself, somersaulting in midair as he plummeted down. With such a rapid descent, none of the Shao family experts at the side of the mine dared to step forward to catch him, nor did they have the time to react. In a flash, GMO's body smashed into the mine like a meteorite. He let out an earth-shattering scream, and it was a scream. But it was the real deal. If he wanted to put on an act in front of these experts, he had to be completely real. With a loud crash, Second Master G's body smashed through several hundred feet of the mountain wall and landed heavily in the mine. Along the way, cracking sounds never ceased. All the bones in his body had probably been broken into countless pieces. Then, he let out a miserable groan. Even if I die, that purple crystal soul of holy crystal, you won't be able to get it. His eyes rolled back, and this time, he was truly unconscious. Purple crystal soul of holy crystal? In the mine, a purple-robed Shao family expert raised his white eyebrows and said in shock, "Keep him here." The experts of the Shao clan, who were originally shocked, wanted nothing more than to grind Jimo's bones and scatter his ashes. But when they heard the words purple crystal soul of the holy crystal, they were immediately stunned. A black-clothed and masked figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the dust cloud. His eyes shot out a terrifying murderous intent as he coldly shouted, "Since that's the case, I can't have it. No one else can get it." Suddenly, the long sword lit up. He swung it down fiercely from high up in the sky. A sword aura that almost split the heavens and earth struck down like a bolt of lightning. The shining sword aura split the entire mountain in half. It struck mercilessly at Jimo's unconscious body. "Block it!" A loud shout. Below, more than 10 Shao clan experts, regardless of their cultivation level. They attacked at the same time. Gu Duxing had already used up all his strength in this attack. It was extremely fierce. Before he attacked, he didn't dare to use his full strength for fear that these Shao clan bastards wouldn't take him seriously. Once he saw that the Shao clan had attacked, he was relieved and used 120% of his strength at the same time. There was a loud boom. The 17 Shao clan supreme martial artists who attacked. 4 of the weaker ones spat out blood and fell out on the spot. The others also swayed violently. Fear and trepidation appeared in their eyes. This black-clothed man who suddenly appeared was actually so strong. More than 10 of them attacked together. Although it happened in a hurry and they didn't use all their strength, it was definitely not something that an ordinary 5th grade supreme martial artist could take on. As for those below 5th grade, they didn't even need to consider. In midair, Gu Duxing let out a muffled groan. He was thrown up like a ball and flew up 1,000 feet into the sky. He raised his head violently and spat out a big mouthful of blood. He was shocked. Just these people who attacked were already shockingly strong. He really didn't know how many more people the Shao clan had deployed here. There was a whooshing sound and a few figures leaped into the sky. They closed in on Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing retreated and slid out a few hundred feet. He said coldly, "Who are you people?" The leader, an elder, asked gloomily, "Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the Shao clan?" Gu Duxing was startled. He asked, "Shao clan?" "Yes." Autumn sword aura. Suddenly, he turned around and flew out like a bolt of lightning. He shouted, "Since the people of the Shao clan are here, then it's my fault for being rash today. I'll come and apologize another day. The mountains are high and the rivers are long." That expert from the Shao clan didn't expect the other party to disappear without a trace with just a sentence. "Chase." One of them shouted. That purple-robed elder said coldly, "No need to chase. If a 5th grade supreme martial artist wants to escape, who can catch up? All of you, go down." Below in the mine, GMO lay there covered in blood, his breathing weak. It was obvious that he only had one breath left. Above his body, there was a hole in the air, and light shone in. It was a few hundred feet high. It was a heavenly road that was smashed out by his body. The purple-robed elder stood beside him, his eyes flashing coldly. He sized him up and said indifferently, "Let him wake up first." Then he left with a flick of his sleeves. With his eyesight, he could almost count the few strands of hair on Jimo's head clearly. He could already tell that this guy in front of him was already hanging by a thread between life and death. Or rather, he could totally be counted as a living dead. If this was a ruse, this level was a little too much. "Elder Master, today's matter is really strange," another yellow-robed man said. The purple-robed elder said indifferently, "It's just 2 people fighting over a treasure. Since ancient times, Wealth has moved people's hearts. Of course, we must be cautious in everything, but we must not be overly jittery and treat everyone as an enemy.
Yes.
The supreme martial artists behind lowered their heads and answered. The purple-robed elder said, "Have there been any unusual movements recently? Check if there are any new news from the informant. Also, check on the Chu clan's movements and confirm if this person is really a ruse. Also, wait for him to wake up. Ask him about his background. Yes, don't worry, Elder Master. Don't worry too much about him. Just wake him up and ask about the whereabouts of that purple crystal Bible soul, then quickly send him on his way. Our side can't afford to delay any longer."
Yes.
This purple-robed elder was one of the 2 remaining elders of the Shao clan, the younger brother of the founder of the clan, Shao Chunyu, and the second of the tribulations back then, Shao Chunlei. This time, at the land of Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity. To actually be able to mobilize him personally, it was enough to show how much importance the Shao clan attached to this land of Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity. And Shao Chunlei was also one of the only 3 middle-grade supreme martial artists in the Shao clan. Although he was only an elementary-grade supreme martial artist, in this level heavens continent, he was enough to rank in the top 20. The words, "Purple Crystal Soul of the Holy Crystal," that GMO shouted before he fainted were too powerful. The soul of the purple crystal was already a legendary item in the level heavens continent. Even with the Shao clan's 10,000 years of accumulation, they only had one soul of the purple crystal, and that soul of the purple crystal was still in the purple crystal mine. It wasn't taken out. Everyone knew. The reason why the purple crystal mine existed was because of the soul of the purple crystal. With the constant nourishment of the soul of the purple crystals could be produced continuously. It took hundreds of thousands of years of nourishment for a single purple crystal mine to appear. But if the soul of the purple crystal was taken away, the entire purple crystal mine would immediately become rootless. Therefore, the importance of the soul of the purple crystal was practically unparalleled. Moreover, it was GMO who shouted it. It was the purple crystal soul of the holy crystal. It was obviously of a higher level. To a super clan like the Shao clan, the temptation of this was practically unparalleled. Even if GMO was short-sighted and the so-called purple crystal soul of the holy crystal was actually just a soul of the purple crystal, the Shao clan would still protect him first. And if they got it, they definitely wouldn't be disappointed. GMO woke up and wanted to sit up, but he groaned in pain and lay down again. He murmured, "Am I not dead?" Beside him, a cold voice said, "All the bones in your body are broken. You'd better behave and not move." GMO asked weakly, "Who are you? Did you save me?" That person said coldly, "If we didn't save you, could there be anyone else?" A face appeared above GMO's head. GMO took a look. What a long horse face. If this person's face was placed on a horse's head, no one would feel the slightest bit conflicted. It was really too vivid. Not only was the face long, but that nose, those eyes, those eyebrows, that mouth, that chin. Second Master G was stunned on the spot. What the fuck? A horse is talking to me. Is this hell and I'm already dead? The horse-faced man's face darkened at once. Around him, uncontrollable laughter could be heard. The horse-faced man snorted angrily. He waved his hand and said, "Fuck, you guys ask him." He turned and left. After everyone's explanation, GMO finally believed that he had been saved. He immediately thanked them profusely and struggled to get up to thank them. But the moment he moved, he felt a sharp pain. His eyes rolled back and he fainted again. The Shao clan members looked at each other. After a long time, Second Master G finally woke up again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The Shao clan members had no choice but to treat him again. That was barely enough. "I'm a person with a hard life." Second Master G began to tell his story. In the story, he was the successor of a reclusive clan. His surname was Jiang, and his name was Jiang Yi. The reclusive clan was extremely powerful, but it attracted covetous eyes. Thus, he was implicated as a spy, and it was that person just now then he found out that the Jiang clan's rise was entirely due to a piece of purple crystal soul of the holy crystal that contained ancient secrets. A certain mysterious force destroyed the Jiang clan overnight. He escaped with his life and fled all the way here. Chapter 1400. Second Master Ji was undoubtedly an expert storyteller. Smart child remembers the world, super fast hands. This was tempered by his countless lies and glib tongue. When this entire story was told by him, it was simply a story of blood and tears in the pugilistic world. Everyone who heard this story would never doubt the authenticity of it, especially when Second Master Ji was crying as he spoke. That kind of speechlessness, that kind of grief and anger, that kind of despair, was really portrayed to the bone. The process was even more moving and could only be described in detail. How honest and strong his own family was, how inexperienced they were, how they were deceived, how they were negligent, how they were careless, how they were plotted against by the enemy, how despicable the enemy was, how meticulous their plan was, how strong they were, what tricks they used, who was their brains, who was their number one expert, how vicious and ungrateful they were, how the family met with trouble, how the fire broke out, how many loyal experts sacrificed to cover his escape, how they were killed, how they fought without hesitation, how they were heroic. As he spoke, GMO was so moved that tears fell from his eyes. The 7 or 8 experts of the Shao clan who were listening by the side also sighed. Some of them even had red eyes. My poor flying spirit beast. GMO looked up to the sky and sighed. He thumped his chest and stamped his feet in grief. That was such a precious, obedient, adorable, beautiful, and loyal 10th grade spirit beast. That snow eagle. That snow eagle. That snow eagle. That snow eagle. That snow eagle had self-detonated in the sky and died. That was the only reason I had enough time to escape. My snowflake eagle ah. My snowflake eagle ah. When it was about to die, it looked at me with that expression. Although it was only a spirit beast, I completely understood its meaning. It wanted me to live on no matter what. GMO bawled loudly, his heart broken. The experts of the Shao clan, from being cold and impatient at the start to being attracted later on. Then, they gradually immersed themselves in this story step by step, their eyes brimming with tears. They imagined a scene in their minds. A snowflake eagle was being chased by countless enemies, and it was already riddled with injuries. It resolutely threw its master far away, then turned its head to look at its master affectionately, and charged towards the enemies without hesitation. With an earth-shattering explosion, it became an eternal legend in the sky, become the loyal soul of the universe. Everyone sighed deeply. Such a spiritual bird. It was a rare sight. In the end, only one bastard managed to catch up with the enemy. That bastard was that ungrateful bastard. This person's surname was Luan, and he was ranked second. I have always called him Luan Lauer. This damned Luan Lauer. He has been chasing us relentlessly, trying to kill us all. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have survived. I, Jiang Yi, will not be able to escape this calamity. My Jiang clan's blood feud is as deep as the ocean. My snowflake eagle. Jimo's eyes were brimming with tears. He looked at everyone with deep affection and gratitude. Thank you so much. You are all good people. You are all very good people. The experts of the Shao clan felt somewhat ashamed. We are good people. We were just waiting to dig out your secret, and then we would slaughter you like a pig. Now, to actually be crowned with such a lofty honor of being a great good person, he was really ashamed to accept it. To think that I, Jiang Yi, can also be considered a genius of my generation. Second Master Ji boasted. His face was full of pain. All the meridians in my body had already been opened by the purple crystal soul of holy crystal when I was a baby. I was already a martial venerable when I was 3, an emperor level when I was 10, and a martial saint when I was 15. Now, I am already a peak 2nd grade supreme martial artist at 21. What a pity. The heavens don't wait for years. They actually allowed me to encounter such a disaster while I was advancing by leaps and bounds. All the bones in my body are already broken. Second Master Ji looked up to the sky and howled in grief and indignation. How can I take revenge for those blood feuds? These words made the people of the Shao clan shudder involuntarily, excitedly, close to the peak. That purple crystal soul of holy crystal actually had such an effect? All the meridians opened when he was a baby, and he reached peak second-grade supreme martial artist at 21? With a whoosh, Xiao Qinlei appeared at the side and asked calmly, Jiang Yi, let me ask you, what exactly is that purple crystal soul of holy crystal? What is its function? Everyone's ears perked up. Xiao Qinlei called him Jiang Yi, but it sounded like he was calling him Chief Jiang. However, no one paid attention to it at all. GMO said hoarsely, that purple crystal soul of holy crystal. Legend has it that it was the core of a huge purple crystal mine in ancient times. Countless souls of purple crystal can be derived from this purple crystal soul of holy crystal. Countless souls of purple crystal can be derived. Everyone gasped, their eyes filled with eagerness at once. Apart from the fact that the soul of purple crystal can assist in cultivation, as long as this purple crystal soul of holy crystal is placed in one's dantian for a day and guided by cultivation techniques, it can improve one's aptitude and open up all the meridians in one's body. Thus, there will be no more obstacles or bottlenecks in one's path of martial arts, and there won't be any inner demons. Hiss, there was a series of gasps. The supreme martial artists of the Shao clan had practically sucked the entire place into a vacuum zone. Open up all the meridians in one's body, without any obstacles or bottlenecks, without any inner demons. What the heck? This was practically one of the legendary divine pills that could send one to the heavens. Oh my God! Xiao Qinlei's eyes narrowed. Is there really such a thing? He reached out and placed his hand on Jimo's wrist, circulating his energy to check. At once, he discovered that although this person was seriously injured and his meridians were blocked, it was all because of his injuries. The meridians all over his body were indeed unobstructed. He couldn't help but ponder. After a long while, he asked dispassionately, where is this purple crystal soul of holy crystal now? Everyone's expression became anxious at once. All of them looked at this Jiang Yi with burning eyes, holding their breaths as they waited for his answer. With this question, GMO fell silent. After a long while, he said hoarsely, although I don't know your identities, all of you have saved my life, which is already worthy of me offering up the purple crystal soul of holy crystal with both hands. It's a pity that the enemy is really too powerful. If all of you had gotten the purple crystal soul of holy crystal, I'm afraid you'd be asking for trouble. The corners of Xiao Qinlei's mouth curved. He said dispassionately, you don't have to worry about this. You just have to tell us where the purple crystal soul of holy crystal is. With difficulty, GMO said, all right. Anyway, I have no hope of revenge, so I'll fulfill all of your wishes and repay all of you for saving my life. Xiao Qinlei saw that he was so understanding. He couldn't help but let out a rare smile. That purple crystal soul of holy crystal is hidden in my clan's secret ground, in the 100,000 mountains. As long as it's a direct descendant of my clan, when their limbs are healthy and full of vitality, they will be able to touch it. Once they cut their wrists and smear their blood essence on it, the secret ground will automatically sense it. When it opens, they will be able to see the purple crystal soul of holy crystal. Second Master Ji had used Ao Xieyun's dragon bloodline as a reference to open the secret ground. It was flawless. Xiao Qinlei's eyes flashed. In that case, outsiders can't open it at all? GMO smiled sadly. Otherwise, why would my clan be persecuted like this? And why would they be so eager to hunt me down? Xiao Qinlei nodded. He somewhat believed this statement. He had seen a lot. Naturally, he knew all the mysterious existences. They couldn't be judged by common sense. And this method of opening the secret ground that required the direct descendants' bloodline was the one and only way for the powerful clans and clans of the Heavens continent to maintain their power for generations. Even the Shao clan had such a secret ground, and that was naturally the supreme secret of the Shao clan. The life-threatening injury that was absolutely true, the terrifying hunt, the fierce sword that split the mountain. The story was flawless. That extremely desperate and sorrowful expression, the display of true feelings, and that sincere and honest expression of Second Master Ji at this moment that even he was touched by it, and that genuine feeling of gratitude, it formed a vicious lie that one had no choice but to believe. Xiao Qinlei nodded and turned to leave. Before he left, he instructed, "One must always be wary of others. Everyone who heard it once must think of a way to make this little guy repeat it a second and third time. In this way, use it for comparison, to make sure there's no mistake. In case there's anything suspicious, control your greed immediately and kill him. If there's nothing suspicious, treat his injuries immediately. At the very least, restore his mobility first, or at least to the point where he can move. Don't be like now where his bones are broken and he doesn't even dare to move. Then, move to the camp as soon as possible." After all, this was a mine. Firstly, it wasn't a place for treatment. Secondly, this place had become a huge trap, an impending killing scene. This Jiang Ye's body was involved with such an important thing, it was really not suitable for him to stay here. When his injuries recovered a little, he would send someone to follow him to retrieve the purple crystal and soul of the holy crystal. Jimo's injuries naturally wouldn't recover so easily. As he treated him, he started to get close to him, calling him senior, calling him benefactor, and saying that he would repay him with all his might. Second Master Ji's little mouth was the embodiment of honey at this moment. The supreme martial artists of the Shao clan sensitively felt that the elder master seemed to have some appreciation for talent, so they were much more polite to him. After all, even if he didn't appreciate talent, he still needed to use this little guy's bloodline to open the treasure. There should be no harm in chatting for a while. For a moment, everyone introduced themselves with the same name and became friendly. People kept coming in and asking GMO questions. GMO kept repeating the same thing over and over again. There was no flaw in his story. Everyone believed him without a doubt. Moreover, they all sighed endlessly. During this period, GMO was also counting. There were really quite a number of experts here. It looked like the Shao clan had really broken through. In total, there were close to 30 supreme martial artists who had come in, and there were 17 to 18 supreme martial artists of 4th or 5th grade and above. Such strength was really shocking and terrifying. After getting familiar with them, Second Master Ji finally spoke unintentionally. "Strange, why are all of you here? I don't remember the Shao clan being in this place." That supreme martial artist Horseface smiled. During this period of time, this person who GMO had offended the moment he woke up was the one who chatted with GMO the most and was also the closest. He said, "We naturally have an important mission here." "What mission is so important?" GMO's eyes lit up. Chapter 1401. Mission. Of course, it's a very important mission. Horseface was in a difficult position. Furthermore, once your body recovers a little, you'll have to move immediately. This place will become very dangerous. Very dangerous? You want me to move? That won't do. If something happens to all of you, can I still live? GMO spoke eloquently about the matter of moving him. All of you are my saviors. Of course I have to live and die with all of you. All of you are the people closest to me. How can I drag out an ignoble existence when all of you are in danger? Then wouldn't I be worse than a beast? If I don't do something for all of you, I won't be at ease even if I die. Please, let me do something for all of you. Even if I can't do anything, I'll feel comfortable accompanying all of you." In the face of such a sincere request, what could the Shao clan say? And so, Second Master Ji stayed in the mining area. And all the way until late at night, the news came. Chu Yang and the rest of the Chu clan had left the Chu clan in the afternoon and were heading here. Xiao Qinlei pondered for a while. He had also wondered if this Jiang Yi could be a spy from the Chu clan. But the divergence in time dispelled a little of his doubts once again. And at this time, with the help of the Shao clan's divine medicine, GMO could already move around a little. Of course, it was still completely impossible for him to walk on the ground. But it didn't delay chatting at all. So now, GMO already knew what position each supreme martial artist was in charge of. "Benefactor, where are you? Why do I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time? Benefactor, is your position dangerous? Sigh, what a pity that my heart armor has been destroyed. Big brother, you are my biological big brother. Boo-hoo. I'm so grateful that you came to heal me again. Where are you? Can't you accompany me for a while more? Are you that busy, Elder Shao? I really can't believe it. You are already 10,000 years old. This is really a miracle. Oh my God. I've finally met a living God today. Elder Shao, why don't I see you? Third brother Shao, oh, it's really tough. Come. Let's chat. I'll relieve you of your tiredness. Why? Why don't you chat with me? How did I offend you? I'll change. Second Master Ji's tone was sincere and his expression was pure. Moreover, if others ignored him, he would pester them. For example, did I offend you? Please be magnanimous and don't be angry with me. I'm still young and don't know what I'm talking about. Why don't you chat with me? I'm so lonely. Whenever I'm lonely, I'm reminded of my blood feud. Instantly, I feel like I have nothing left to live for. Thank you. Thank you for chatting with me. What should we talk about? Haha, seventh brother Shao, why don't you tell me the story of this mine? Ha ha ha. Secret? Seventh brother Shao, do you think I'm an idiot? Haha. This mine is obviously a purple crystal mine. Although I'm not that talented, I'm still very interested in a mere purple crystal mine. Oh, I see. Dragon and Phoenix? You're not bluffing, are you? This is impossible. How can there be dragons and phoenixes in this world? What a joke. Fuck. This was actually real? Oh my God. I've misunderstood you. I deserve to die 1,000 times for my sins. Even if I die 1,000 times, I won't be able to atone for my sins. I'll repent. Is there a need for that? I don't think it matters. What Chu clan can be so powerful? Are they more powerful than all of you? I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I won't believe it even if I die. So they're really powerful? Ayaya, I want to live and die together with you. I want to live and die together with you. We hate being born on the same day, month, and year. But if there's really danger, we brothers will die on the same day, month, and year. I, Jiang Yi, won't have lived in vain. Although the supreme martial artists of the Shao clan enjoyed his flattery, they were also somewhat depressed. After cultivating for so many years and becoming supreme martial artists, who would like to talk so much? But they didn't expect that this little one they saved was actually a super chatterbox. The most speechless thing about his little mouth was that even when there was no one around him, he could still curse at the air or mumble to himself. If a worm crawled past him, he would cry, "Worm, I really envy you. You're so carefree. How would you know my pain?" Everyone was really convinced, damn it, after living for so many years, I only know what a weirdo is today. I dare to bet that if this little one died, that tongue of his would definitely be the last part to stiffen. After being tempered so many times, this tongue had already become a spirit. It was really too much exercise. Little did they know that in this glib tongue, Second Master Ji had already figured out the ins and outs of this place. Evening finally arrived. As the night descended, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest also silently entered the Aspen Valley. Once they entered this area, Mo Tianji immediately gave the order for the brothers to split up and use their own methods to infiltrate the Aspen Valley. They gathered in front of the mine. The enemy must have set up an inescapable trap in the mine. As long as Elder Yu doesn't attack, we definitely won't be their match. So, in this battle, firstly, we need to snatch the treasure and secondly, we need to train our troops. It's obviously very difficult. So, we need to gather our troops and attack one place first. And now, we're splitting up for the upcoming battle. We definitely won't attack the mine rashly and fall into a trap. But, we need to create traces there. We must attract all their forces here. Then, we'll attack their main camp and cut off their supplies. Let them become rootless water. This time, we'll split up. Everyone must write down their methods to me completely after the battle, including their mentality at that time. Compared to snatching the treasure and the seventh fragment of the Calamity Sword, Mo Tianji obviously paid more attention to the methods of the brothers at this level. Although we're gathered together now, we may not be together forever. There will definitely be many times when we have to fight for ourselves. Our methods are very important. Facing the enemy this time will be the beginning of my training. So, everyone must complete it independently. Mo Tianji said solemnly. Chu Yang agreed wholeheartedly with this decision. The seven brothers, Mo Qingwu and Mo Layer, immediately split up. Under the cover of the night, they silently disappeared into the bushes of Aspen Valley. Mo Qingwu. This time, she was also acting alone. The little girl was obviously a little scared. But Mo Tianji and Chu Yang hardened their hearts at the same time and ignored Mo Qingwu's pitiful gaze. The little girl pouted and went to carry out her mission, feeling wronged, leaving behind two men who sighed deeply. You don't have to persuade me. I understand. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji said this at the same time. They opened and closed their mouths at the same time. The same conflicted expression of deep sighs. The same gesture of waving their hands. My sister needs training to adapt to the martial world. I understand this, but who do you think you are? Mo Tianji was a little unhappy. Chu Yang said earnestly, brother-in-law, there's something I have to remind you. Your sister is my wife. Do you know what the word wife means? You're like an old hen protecting its food every day. Interesting? It's true that she's your biological sister, but how long can you accompany her? Minister Chu said proudly, but my wife has to accompany me for thousands of years. You're just an elder brother. What nonsense are you? You're actually jealous every day for no reason. Are you a pain in the ass? Mo Tianji glared at him. You. What about me? Chu Yang had the upper hand and immediately counterattacked. I can take over your role as an elder brother, but can you take over the role of my husband? You're going against me and being jealous of me. Can you take it? Mo Tianji covered his face and left. Sword Master Chu let out a long breath and exhaled. Fuck, this time, it was an overwhelming advantage. It's really too satisfying. He had never felt so good in a battle with Mo Tianji. His body flashed and he disappeared into the bushes. Dong Wushang took the lead. His burly body used the cover of the night to choose a method that was almost open and above board. As for the concealment that Mo Tianji mentioned, Dong Wushang also wanted to do it, but he really couldn't do it. He might as well charge over in a semi-open manner. Furthermore, the more he charged, the more confident he became and the more above board he became. It was like a gust of wind blowing across the ground. On Dong Wushang's right, not far away, was naturally Mo Layer. The black demon young master's entire body seemed to have merged into the darkness, flowing along with the night fog. Ever since she met Mo Tianji and Mo Tianji passed the old black demon's secret manual to her, Mo Layer had inherited this secret manual. With the help of her supreme martial artist cultivation, she naturally learned it immediately. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Ao Xieyun, on the other hand, was like a wriggling snake, silently slithering through the bushes. Everywhere he passed, there was no sound. Even the tender grass was not damaged at all. It was the dragon-shaped technique, the secret technique of the dragon clan. On the other hand, Rue Budong's body was like a large bird, flying freely in the dense forest without his feet touching the ground. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Even if one were to see him face to face, one would only think that this was a large bird and not a person. The Phoenix clan's free and unfettered travel technique. Luo Kudi, on the other hand, strictly followed the art of concealment as he moved forward meticulously. His every move was as standard as a textbook. Xie Danxiong's body spun forward. Although he spun quickly, there was no sound at all. His body turned into a blurry whirlwind as he spun. In such a state, not only could he conceal himself perfectly, he could also use his viburnum flowers to attack. It could be said that he could attack and defend at the same time. Mo Tianji's white robe fluttered, perfectly blending with the moonlight that occasionally seeped into the forest. It was like a piece of bright moonlight, moving gracefully. No one could see where Chu Yang was. But Mo Tianji could guess that in the forest, where the red flowers were blooming, Chu Yang would definitely be at the side. Because that was Mo Qingwu moving forward. Mo Qingwu was dressed in red. Wherever she passed, it was as if the grass was blooming with red flowers. But it definitely did not make people feel that it was out of place. In a field of green, the red flowers danced, just like the most exquisite dance in the world, soaring between heaven and earth. Attack from 8 directions. Target, purple crystal mine. Yesterday, I drank until I passed out. Brothers, having a father-in-law who is known as the wine immortal is really not a man's day. As soon as I left, I already said that if you drink a cup, I'll drink half a cup, okay? The old man said, then you have to drink with me to my heart's content. I thought, even if I get drunk, I can still drink 2 cups. No matter how big the old man's alcohol tolerance is, 4 cups should be about half a liter. So, I agreed readily. In the end, father-in-law drank 8 cups. When I got home last night, I couldn't get up no matter what. My legs were like 2 puddles of mud. I couldn't move. My wife tried to help me, but she couldn't. She carried me, but she couldn't. I heard that he called his younger cousin and carried me up today. I slept until the afternoon. I didn't even know that there was a guest at home. I only woke up at 3 in the afternoon. Only then did I know that I went crazy drunk at father-in-law's house last night. I slammed the table in front of him and said, "Motherfucker." I heard that we were arguing about the war of resistance against Japan. Father-in-law is indeed a retired soldier. He followed me and scolded me. That momentum was earth-shattering. Mother-in-law called today and said that the father and son's alcohol tolerance is bad. Don't drink anymore. I heard that after I left, the old man took a knife and insisted on fighting ghosts. What the hell? Chapter 1402. The Chu clan has confirmed that they are heading in this direction. They should be able to reach Aspen Valley by dawn. Everyone, take note and be on high alert. Double the manpower in the direction of the valley entrance and keep a close watch. Check for traps. Supreme martial artist in position. Secret signal check. Everyone, send messages at any time. Prepare poison, poisonous smoke, and sleeping gas. Dragon bone incense in position. Smart child. Remember the net and quickly update the net. Conceal all traces. In Aspen Valley, ever since they received news of the spy hidden in the Chu clan, orders were sent out one after another. They were on high alert and ready for battle. All these orders were clearly investigated by the extremely curious Second Master Ji. On the other side, Gu Duxing and Second Master Gu were flying toward the purple crystal mine from high up in the sky at lightning speed. According to the original plan, Gu Duxing only needed to ask for time to start the operation immediately. He didn't have the slightest concern about whether his brothers were in position. The 2 first-grade supreme martial artists of the Shao clan who were on high alert in the sky above the mine stood back to back, one on the left and one on the right. They looked at both sides without the slightest bit of negligence, paying attention to everything that happened. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the east, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses surging toward them with an extremely majestic aura. The 2 of them were alerted at the same time and turned to look toward the east. All they saw was a dense forest. All the trees suddenly fell toward the west neatly. Countless red flowers and green grass flew into the sky. The world was instantly filled with a fierce and domineering murderous aura. In front of such an aura, everyone felt that their existence was like a small blade of grass in front of a tsunami. They had no power to resist at all, and could only choose to go with the flow and surrender. The 2 of them were stunned at the same time. They were actually stunned for a moment at the same time before they shouted at the same time, "Be careful! Enemy attack!" Their voices were sharp and pierced through the night sky. The entire purple crystal mine was originally dark and gloomy, and now it was still dark and gloomy. But there was a heavy murderous aura. But at this moment, it condensed and flew. At the same time, a sharp force suddenly came from the west. It was sharp and indestructible. Everywhere it passed, the trees in the mountains and valleys were instantly crushed into powder. Even the mountain rocks were instantly turned into flying ash. Along with this fierce aura, streaks of crisscrossing sword chi were like streaks of lightning. It streaked across the sky. At the same time, an incomparably majestic and solemn sword cry suddenly resounded in the originally silent mining area. Clang! This sword chime was like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers suddenly hearing the marshal's command. They responded at the same time, in unison. It was the swords of the several hundred experts of the Shao family who were lying in ambush. All of them unsheathed their swords at the same time, letting out a crisp and clear sword hum. This sword hum caused the faces of all the Shao family experts to change drastically. Sword Sovereign. A sword sovereign had participated in the sneak attack. Furthermore, their target was them. Only the sword sovereign could have such power. With this kind of ability, he was able to completely ignore the ambush of tens of millions of experts. With just a flash of his sword, he was able to completely destroy all the ambushes. The sword light had already answered for you. What was the use of lying in ambush? If you continued to wait in the same spot, you would really become the sword sovereign's target. All the sword experts cursed in their hearts at the same time. Fuck his grandmother. They had been lying in ambush for so long. After spending so much effort, who would have thought that there would be a sword sovereign among the enemies? Just one draw of his sword, and it made Lao Bai busy. One by one, they appeared extremely depressed. With long swords in hand, they stared at the black-clothed figure in the clouds and night in the west. Only 100 or so saber experts were still lying in the same spot. As a surprise attack, a sword sovereign had already appeared. It was impossible for a saber sovereign to appear, right? That was too unreasonable. In the world, other than Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, who were both saber and sword sovereigns, it was possible for them to appear at the same time. They had never heard of the two saber and sword sovereigns joining forces in this world. That was simply an impossible myth, a legend that could not be replicated. Therefore, the saber experts were all calm and composed. Looking at the helpless and depressed faces of their sword-wielding colleagues, they could not help but gloat. You deserve it. You have a saber, but you don't practice your sword. You've suffered, haven't you? As the saying goes, if you don't practice your superior sword, you practice your inferior sword. If you don't practice your golden sword, you practice your silver sword. You guys have the same name as your weapons. Despicable. How good is it for us to practice our saber? How safe is it? We can hide here, and no one can see us. We won't be alerted by a draw of a sword. It was at this moment that the majestic aura of thousands of soldiers and horses from the east suddenly grew stronger. With a whoosh, a hurricane visible to the naked eye suddenly formed. A burly and majestic figure suddenly appeared in midair. A majestic voice shouted openly, "Saber!" Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded at this moment. The whole world surrendered. Echoes came from all directions. Saber, 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 saber. The echoes from all directions converged into one sentence like a bolt of lightning. One word. Saber. The sky shook along with the thunder. Clang. Hundreds of shiny steel sabers came out of their sheaths at the same time. Under the night sky and the moonlight, countless blurry saber light flashed. With a shout, all the supreme sabers came out of their sheaths. They popped out spontaneously with awe-inspiring power, but it also exposed all the saber experts who were lying in ambush. They were still gloating a moment ago, and then they suffered the same fate. This kind of encounter made everyone, whether they used sabers or swords, have a feeling in their hearts. Things in this world are really fucking wonderful. Xiao Qinlei was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Another saber supremacy. Today was really an unlucky day. Xiao Qinlei had always had a nickname, Saber and Sword Supremacy. He carried a sword and a saber with him all year round. This time, he was guarding the Aspen Valley in the southeast, so he naturally had to bring his own saber and sword. As a mid-level supreme martial artist, what else could he be afraid of? As long as Moon Breeze didn't come, he was invincible in this area, and the possibility of Moon Breeze personally making a move was infinitely close to zero. So Xiao Qinlei had always been full of confidence. And, according to the intelligence, although the people sent by the Chu clan had good cultivation, but they weren't in his eyes. And they didn't specifically point out that there was a saber sword supremacy among them. One must know that an existence like the saber sword supremacy was worth the detailed information of every spy. Since there wasn't, then he didn't exist. So Xiao Qinlei didn't take any precautions. In the whole 100,000 years of the heavenly layer, how many saber sword supremacies had appeared? How could they appear here so coincidentally among a group of juniors? It was with such a mentality that a sword light flashed, and the sword supremacy appeared for the first time. The sword at the waist of Xiao Qinlei, the mid-level supreme martial artist, was the first to react. With a clang, Xiao Qinlei, the mid-level supreme martial artist who was guarding the formation, was exposed. Xiao Qinlei was so angry that his white hair fluttered, and he stepped out. Standing on a high place, his hawk-like eyes looked around. At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Before the sword supremacy's remaining power subsided, the saber supremacy attacked aggressively. It was yet another alarm that caught them off guard. So the long saber at Xiao Qinlei's waist popped out spontaneously, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Xiao Qinlei stood on a high place. First, the sword came out. Then, with a face full of anger, the saber also popped out. At this moment, Xiao Qinlei felt like he was a prostitute standing on a high platform for people to exhibit. An indescribable stupidity. Wasn't it enough to mess with you once? You actually had to stand on a high place and strike a cool pose like an idiot, waiting for others to mess with you a second time? What kind of naturally handicapped brain did you have? Xiao Qinlei didn't have time to be angry. Because in the sky, under the night sky, the saber sword supremacy had already launched an attack at the same time. The sword was in the west. The sword of the black swordsman in black robes came from the west. Eyes like a sword, body like a sword, mind like a sword, hand like a sword. At this moment, the vast mountains were already gone. Anyone who saw this sword would have the same feeling in their heart. In front of this sword, all things in the world can be forgotten. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are not in the heart. Sword of oblivion. In the world, only this stunning sword was left. The sword energy was everywhere, filling the universe. Sovereign's Descent was the supreme martial artist sword technique. Gu Duxing let out a long howl. A black dragon like a swimming dragon slashed down violently like thunder and lightning. Oblivion martial world, oblivion sword. Solitary across the world, solitary move. On the other side, Dong Wushang laughed wildly. His body suddenly flashed and appeared in the air. With the black saber in his hand, his majestic body stood in mid-air. It was as if an insurmountable mountain had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Sentient heavenly Tao, I have sentiments. Wushang's saber knows that I won't be hurt. With the black saber raised, Dong Wushang stood still in mid-air. His legs were straight and his black hair flew up. And at this moment, the black saber came slashing down violently. This saber seemed to want to cut through the heavens. Gu Duxing's sword energy was everywhere, but Dong Wushang only used one saber move. The saber light was like a waterfall, zigzagging down from mid-air and slashing toward the top of Xiao Qinlei's head. Thousands of supreme martial artist sword energy also gathered from all directions, converging into a huge light blade and slashing at Xiao Qinlei. Sword supremacy Gu Duxing and saber supremacy Dong Wushang attacked at the same time at this moment. And they chose the same opponent at the same time. The most powerful second-grade supreme martial artist, Xiao Qinlei. Obviously, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing wanted to test the power of a second-grade supreme martial artist. Therefore, this saber and sword move was imperative. The gap between them would also be made clear to the two at this moment. Although this move was slightly different from Mo Tianji's original intention of arrangement, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang made the same choice without any discussion or communication at all. This was the choice of the heart of the strong. As long as there are strong people here, then I will never attack those who are slightly weaker. This was the pride and reserve in their bones. Xiao Qinlei roared. His beard and halberd spread out, and his saber and sword were unsheathed at the same time. As a master of both saber and sword, Xiao Qinlei naturally had his own pride. The dignity of a second-grade supreme martial artist was not to be blasphemed. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. His long sword flew through the air, meeting Gu Duxing's immortal-like sword attack. The saber light suddenly rose up and actually blocked Dong Wushang's lightning-like saber. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.